Alright, boys and girls, have you finished your homework? I hope you better have, because it's time to switch on the television as round number 2 of BMOC goes live. My name is Salty, with me is Fixes.
Yeah.
We've better done our homework. We know some big names are on the sheet.
Oh, indeed they are. But today, the climb is going to be so steep, Salty, because considering it's round number 2, we just know the top 64 are going to be making it to the next stages. So that is where the competition gets a whole lot intense.
Absolutely. There was a 50% cut in the first round. Very, very simple, right? This time, it's not really that. 256 teams chopped up to just 64 teams. How tough do you think the competition is going to be? And what are the criterias that teams need to check right at the start of the game?
Well, it's pretty simple, right? You've got to maintain the top 4.
Yeah.
That's pretty much it. Which is quite difficult at the same time, because now you cannot really mess things up. You have to be at your A game every single time you enter the battlegrounds.
That is what the theme of BMOC is. But ladies and gentlemen, let's have a look at the format of the tournament first. We've seen what round number 1 had for us, and round number 1 has completed officially. We are stepping into round number 2, 256 teams. Only progress towards round number 3, 564.
Yeah, I'm going to call them dreamers, right? They have come in here with a purpose. The hunger has been shown. We've had our fair share of highs and lows during the round 1. We had to in fact bid adieu to a few of the teams out there. Now, from here onwards, the top 64 are going to be qualifying. And we're going to not talk about round 4 yet. But the bigger picture, of course, over here is going to be the BMPS.
Yes,
ladies and gentlemen, as the transition will head in, 24 teams battling it out over the span of next 3 weeks and then transitioning into the grand finals. That is what we're talking about, baby.
Absolutely. Those 16 teams, the upper echelon of the entirety of the BGMI community of the country itself, like, those are the cream layers.
Yeah, creme de la creme, right? That is what we're talking about, because once we enter into the round number 4, we do have a few invited teams coming up, and that's going to absolutely change the mix of things as to how we're supposed to approach the game. That is where, all these new teams are going to start feeling a little picky. You're going to have those sweat coming out. So that is something that really worries me, but that is something we're going to talk about a little bit later. But, as we move along forward, ladies and gentlemen, of course, how do you get yourself to the next round? You've got to accumulate all those important valuable points, which I believe has been pretty standard even since the last tournament. Not a lot of changes has been done, but I've got to explain how much different it is, right? We have seen so many teams, just coming up even after the game of Sanhok, and they were somewhere languishing around that bottom 16, and then you see them, they enter into the top 8. But this time, Salty, it's going to be a whole lot different, because it's just the top 4 that make the cut.
Absolutely. But ladies and gentlemen, let's have a look at the schedule of the day. There is no changes. You know what we generally love. We love 2 Miramars, we love 2 Erangels, and of course sandwiched right in between like a juicy, well-cooked chicken is going to be the map of Sanhok.
How do you like it? I mean,
well done.
Grilled or roasted?
I'm someone who likes it well done. Sometimes
medium rare?
Yeah, I kind of prefer it medium rare sometimes. Sometimes I go for rare if I'm actually looking to, get some meat in me. But nah, we'll talk about preferences of meat later on.
All right. I'm not going to say anything for those who didn't understand. You did. But of course, we've been talking about Sanhok has certainly been a game changer all along, right? Now, we've seen so many new players, so many new teams really step it up in Sanhok. But that's not going to be the scene today, right? It's not just that one game you're going to rely upon. But I think it's time to take a look at the teams that are going to be partaking today in the battlegrounds, as we've got some familiar names, right?
Yeah.
I can spot out walkouts, we've got heroes officials, U-Dog. Apart from these 3, which are the ones you're looking out for, man?
We've seen mid-zone play as well, and they were pretty good. So that is one team that I'm looking forward to. Kalkaji Sports, now an interesting name.
Yeah, I mean, I think right from Delhi, they're joining us. That is the only assumption that we come in with. But apart from them, BZB4M, like you said, I'm going to look out for them. We've got some Gundas
Pathetic
amongst
noobs
us.
as well.
Oh, all right. So the pathetic noobs have made it so far. It's been that Cinderella run that we've been talking about, Salty. Now we've got to see how far can they push themselves. Now, of course, it's very imperative that you sort of get into a really good start, because I've got to be talking about it like a broken record, right? You've got to maintain that top 4.
Yeah.
And if you do not do that, then it's going to hurt you. And for that, you have to have a really good start and then sort of get the momentum going in your favor. At least have the first 2 games going in, and then you can mess a game or 2. But by the 5th game, you have to recover.
Absolutely. When it's in contention for the top 4 spot, we talked about this in the first round as well, where they only needed those placement points to kind of get through, right? It wasn't really necessary for them to get those finish points up and running. When it is about top 4, I think the finish points are going to be something very, very important, and they got to focus on it right from head start. I don't think players or rather teams can prefer to play passive or a little less aggressive in this round itself.
You know, that's where the problem arises, right? You're again chartering into unknown territories, right? You do not know how the other team is going to play. And that is where the doubt comes into your mind. Which style do you play in? Do you go aggressive right from the very start? Or do you start playing from the edges like, let's say, teams like UDOG did, right? And then you've got some brilliant ones. I mean, a walkout and a UDOG showdown, that is something I would pay a lot of money to watch today. So that is, again, one of those things. But like you said, like some early skirmishes could completely change the dynamics of how the teams are going to be approaching the players, how the standings are going to be. So I'm really curious to the start, right? The first game, of course, we ventured into Erangel, another very beautiful map, the bread and butter map of BGMI. That is what I've been calling. Now, talking about how you're going to go with the finishes, right? You've got to be so careful, man. Like every single time you engage in a fight, you've got to make sure, like I've been saying, stick like a pack, because every single time a team has tried to pull off a few shenanigans, they've been paid off with. That is something that you really cannot afford to do when you are going into a random lobby, and that is the case over here. So it's always better and safe to stick together, and few of the teams have done a really good job at that. I think Walkouts has to be a really good example of how they've been playing, right? Every single time they kind of come into the fray, they enter a fight, they make sure they're like a well-oiled unit, like you like to say, and that has really been why they have been so successful in round number 1.
Yeah, Walkout's one of those very few teams who have actually managed to kind of balance out their placement as well as their finish points. But we've seen we have certain stats for ourselves where we have seen round number 1, we've seen certain teams try out that aggressive game style. But ladies and gentlemen, we'll talk about that later on as the first flight of round number 2 in BMOC starts, as we look over the big bird flying on top of Erangel. My co-pilot, what's the weather report like?
Pretty bad, pretty horrible, because I can see how nervous all these players are, and even more nervous about the fact that I still have not gained enough trust in you, Salty. It's always so tumbling around when you take on the driver's seat, but it's all right. Thankfully, thanks technology, that we do have autopilot mode on.
Yeah.
As we take a look at the flight path trajectory, man, and it's going all the way from shooting range towards Miltapa. Again, a very decent flight path, I must consider, but that sort of thwarts me into thinking, where will the zone be formed?
Military base.
Military base is what you're calling? All right. I think I'm gonna start off with like little normal and have a slow start. I want to circle around Gatka. If that happens, then I'm going to be happy. But otherwise, lately we've been having a lot of those off circles, right? We've seen some impossible circles, pretty rare ones, I must say, around the western areas of Quarry. If you remember the last time, I think it was OS Retribution that did come out on top, who apparently are not with us this time around. So that's a little bit of a bummer, but it's all right. Sometimes you need to know. We're not to be over smart, but right now, ladies and gentlemen, we have a fight breaking amidst us right from the very start. And it's going to be B4M and KN going up against each other. Dronze, he's going to try and make a run for his life. But man, does not really have the right weapon. Has got my favorite DBS, but that range.
I mean, he was very ambitious to try and take a shot from that distance. But of course, it's never going to connect. But we just had, we almost had the first fight. We almost had the first fight between, I believe. What's happening? Death! He's just running behind Pritish, hot on his tails, trying to punch him down. But Pritish, just being like a Jerry in a Tom and Jerry movie.
Hey kids, if you missed your favorite cartoon shows, this is where you can watch it all, ladies and gentlemen.
Oh no!
And there you are, Pritesh finally found that shotgun. He's gonna go after Death, but he's found a Tommy gun, and there you go, Death He's going to ensure that he puts his life out away as Shub, he's going to try and peek around, has done a decent amount of damage, still not having any armor to work with, but still connects and gets that knock as Venom Extreme. They're off to such an amazing start.
Dead. I'm not really sure if he's lucky or if he's extremely skilled, but elsewhere we've got Team Pathetic Noobs and they're after somebody. They've taken down one player from Team HB and confirmed that finish for themselves as well.
You know, this is what I was talking about, Salty, when we sort of enter into a sort of a random lobby where we do not know, where we're not privy to what's really coming our way. And this is it, ladies and gentlemen. It is the first game of round number 2 and it's chaos right from the very start. So many teams are having a lot of trouble to figure out where to head out, which drop location will be taken, but a little bit of an insight over here, ladies and gentlemen. It's something that we wanted and our desires weren't really fulfilled. It's going to be an eastern circle. Now with a little bit of a tinge around that south, I believe the circle is not going to take that drastic radical shift down below. But I think it's going to be somewhere around the Lumberjack Hills. And that is where, you know, we've got two teams over there that have a really good chance. Even INR that have dropped over at Lipovka if they can sort of loot early. Because, again, with Lipovka, I have that little feeling, right, in my gut that it's more about, you know, kind of having a little bit of a spread. A 3-1 spread, you know, try to have one of your players deployed towards prison, then have three of your players around Lipovka. That could be a rather more faster loot. But regardless, we've got Demon Killer Dark. Quite an interesting name though.
Yeah, I mean, you've got Demon, you've got Dark, you've got Killer. I'm not really sure what Killer means in this situation, but we've got Thug. He's got some good groceries for himself, if I would say, but apart from that, speaking of the entire circle, just like you mentioned, and there's a lot of distance that these guys need to traverse, 2,000 plus meters to be exact. And I'm pretty sure most of these teams would like that early rotation. We saw how the entire match started, finishes being executed left and right. I think it is going to be very important to them to loot very quick and move.
Yeah, you know, the interesting part is I can just, you know, look at a handful number of teams inside the circle. Everybody else is just outside the zone, and it's going to be so tumultuous. While the moment they sort of try and get inside the circle, try to execute their fights. Now, interestingly, we've got U-Dog again with their northern rotation, right? They just dropped off at Stalber. You've got that 2-2 split going on. But right beside them, we've got Team PN. So it's going to be interesting if they sort of lock horns against each other right from the very start. But Walkouts did have some competitors around that northwestern Georgia ball, but apparently they're away from the fight. They're not sort of trying to engage in that. But this is another team, Salty, another very well-known players. We've got Aim God, we've got Puwali. I believe he was with Insane before he was in Occom. Another, they consider themselves to be the pride of Assam, and for the right reasons so, and have made it to have made it this far. But the question is, can they make it to round number 3?
Hopefully. If time is on their side, maybe they can. But you know what? I find it very funny. The team Pathetic Noobs drop down towards Kamishki, and they're the ones who have a finish for themselves. Like, how often do you expect to drop in Kamishki and find an opponent there where you would find an easy finish for yourself?
I mean, it's going to be quite difficult. For starters, I must say, right? You kind of go off to a northern side and then suddenly you're looting and then you're just kind of traversing around, sitting inside your vehicle, and then you're like, hey, I spot someone in that far away. And that is where you are in a dilemma, right? Am I gonna pick up a fight, or am I gonna stay away from it, right? That's the biggest factor that really comes into the heads of these players. As Team INR, another interesting team, looks very professional. They've got all their names in proper order, so something that I really want to look out to and see how they're going to play. Apparently, Mukeeb, he's just going to be on the back seat, so he really can play with just one hand. But have you seen anyone? Have you tried playing BGMI with just one hand?
No, honestly not, because I'm not as skilled as these players. Probably if I play with both hands, these guys are gonna finish me off with one.
You know, there are, you know, people online on YouTube, see them, they've tried all sort of shenanigans. We've seen players, you know,
with the toes
over there, with their toes, and and especially able people, they've done such an amazing job at that. Yeah, and they're really good at it. Man. I've literally stuck onto this guy's channel for quite some time, and Apparently, he was getting
Was it
more
Salty's?
finishes than me. And was it who?
Was it Salty's channel?
Do you have a channel?
Yeah.
All right. So do give me the link. I mean, I'd love to watch a few videos, but moving
I
ahead.
might not have viewers, but that was a bad roast.
I mean, see, I was absolutely unaware, Salty, and I've been saying, if you've got your channels, get your tags right, my friend. But if we have the fearless gunners, right? Now the biggest question is, are they gonna live up to their name?
Yeah, I mean, they've shown a lot of promise so far.
Yeah.
They've qualified, and that is, I believe, the first objective for every one of these teams who are playing right now. For them, it was to kind of qualify to round 2 and then try and test their mettle. I feel like the first fight that we get to see, the first final circle that we get to see in Erangel would kind of give us an idea of how prepared they are for the further rounds that there is to come.
Yeah, and it's all gonna start off with this one game, right? How do they portray themselves? Because we have really not seen them during the broadcast stages. So
Yeah.
these matches sort of happened offline. So this is their day where the world gets to witness them. But ladies and gentlemen, just down south, Pochinki, we're having a few splash of colors colliding together. I think there is a fight that is brewing.
A three-way love affair.
Yeah, that's going to be a trifecta over here of death and destruction. But interestingly, nobody just cares, right? Everyone's just moving with their vehicle. We're like, nah, we're not going to engage right now. I mean, once the time comes, that is where they are going to start hitting it. But I really love the positioning for the boys from EL, right? They have that little built-up areas to themselves. They're looking really settled. As Team Gunda, they are just above the 12-pack compounds, and they're going to be waiting it out for now, at least, as B4M are taking control over the barn houses.
Yeah, Team Gunda, though, I'm a little scared, I would be honest, if I say I'm not. If they do justice to their name, they might bully the entire lobby.
They certainly can. They certainly can. But I'm starting to, ponder as to why would you get intimidated with such a body that you have built, right? And hitting the gym, I really thought, those muscles had some mass. But Salty, you're starting to question yourself, man.
See, there's one fundamental that all of us need to understand.
Are you just being too humble?
No, it's different going in for battle and making a body just for show. I don't have anything behind those, I can't go face to face against them. Those are players.
Alright, I get it. I mean, but enough of our self-roasting away, ladies and gentlemen. I think this is where things are starting to get heated up a little bit, as we do have Mid-Zone Esports. Now, this is one of those teams that we did cast in round number 1, and they had been pretty decent, if not the best of the team. They were nowhere around the bottom, right? They ensured that they're going to be in the top 8, and hence they've made sure that they will be with us in round number 2 as walkouts.
Wow.
Well, quite different of a play style. You could clearly see that they are not willing to take any risks, right? Because a team of this stature, you're supposed to be kind of looking out for your opponents, and they also understand, it's round number 2. You have to be in that top 4, but we've got a little bit of a kerfuffle engaging right in front of us. It's knock finish going up against PN with Sensational. Got in a really bad position, but I believe his teammates are going to be providing that cover fire from the backlines. Are they?
They are certainly present, but I'm not really sure if the smokes are going to be enough, because you can see constant pressure is being applied by knock and finish, and Goblin is just trying to figure out where Sensational can be. One spray in the accurate general direction, I believe Sensational would be down and out.
Alright, so Sensational is making a move, he's getting shot, and the right plunge at the right time. But how long can he survive over here, Salty? That's a big question, because the very next moment he needs to rotate. And this is where you could clearly see pathetic noobs is starting to feel the heat a little bit, I really expected to get some retaliation fire from their side, and that was sort of not visible. Right? They're going to rely heavily on what the next circle shift is, and they are going to be hoping it should go a little bit around the eastern coast, rather, where it could be much favorable circumstances. But now we've got U-Dog also joining the vicinity.
Exactly. Now, I'm not really sure if I'm a big fan of what PN tried to pull off. They drop in Kameshki, they kind of rotate all along the coastline. Once again, they're kind of doing the same thing towards Milta and Milta Power. But of course, every single entry point they would face the Heat. They would face Team PN. No,
Ooh la la.
they'll face Team Your Mistake. I'm not really sure if the Team Red is...
Your mistake, bro.
Yeah, your mistake. They're gonna face their mistakes. I'm gonna face mine as well. Not doing my homework enough.
You know what? This is something I really love. That is actually what you can call as a very salty name, right? Because that tends to happen with the best of the players, even in the upper echelon, right? It's your mistake, bro.
Yeah, bro.
That's how you get away with things, right? But you know, this is what we were talking about right from the very start, Salty, right? Lumberjack Hill Circle, and that is exactly what we are privy to. That is exactly what we're gonna get. So the teams that are gonna take over the high grounds, you've got a few visitors to play around with, a few little rocks around which if you can build a good cover, then you're good to go. You know, rocky areas like this is something really ideal, and Dewdog understanding the gravity of the situation, taking control of it early on. But I'm a little scared because they're kind of susceptible from shots from up above.
Yes, exactly. They're not taking the highest territory. They've taken the terrain where they're slightly towards a downward curve. But ladies and gentlemen, we have got Team Elevate who is on the pressure against Team Walkout. Now for Team Walkout, I'm not really sure why did they leave the compound. Probably had to rotate towards the central region.
Better position, I guess.
Yes.
But, you know, for heroes, right, again, the players, the way they've been performing, again, they've been sort of silent, haven't made a lot of noise, haven't gotten themselves into a lot of fights, just that one finish to their name. But we do have the players of mid-zone traversing around, and this is where I believe Puvali is going to be peppering down a few bullets, apparently not connecting anything at all.
You know what, the central part of the circle, it's quite out in the open, and that, that is what most of these teams are falling prey to. Now, the teams have rotated early, they've occupied the compounds already, but most of the teams who are sort of concentrated towards the center, alright, bro, you don't do that. You don't do that, especially when your cam is on stream. But coming back to my point, the teams who haven't really occupied those compounds, they're going to struggle quite a bit, finding those covers, finding that ridge for yourself where you can play off the back off. You've got a sniper tower for Team HB. You can see the team DK, I believe, is completely out in the open, just trying to be one with the nature. Team Walkouts also, they're just constantly moving from cover to cover, but no solid real estate to work about.
You know, but I am of a different opinion. I kind of like where walkouts are situated, right? They've ensured that they're in the center of the circle, and they have a lot of plays to make, because the next shift we're still yet to get that one curveball that we were looking out for, right? That one really drastic shift and something that blows off of our mind. So that is something that I'm really looking out for, and for that very reason, walkouts have you know, sort of kept themselves around that central area. So if we have that circle going a little bit towards the southern side, then they still are in good contention of taking a good part of it. And talking about the circle going down south, I think somewhere down the line I have some good future in fortune telling. Do I?
What are you offering to the BGMI gods? Can we know?
A lot of chicken shawarmas.
Okay.
Why do you think I've been consuming so many proteins, man?
Good job out there. But ladies and gentlemen, we have a voice in the head who says biryani as well. It seems like BGMI gods, they love biryani. I need to figure out the right flavor of it as well. I probably need to bring some from Kolkata. They will be more impressed.
Oh, now that is where you spark a debate.
Yeah!
You know, Hyderabadi biryani or Kolkata biryani. I had the latter today. I loved it. But for now, we've got some fights amidst us. We've got Crazy getting knocked out. Klaus on the backlines as Goblin will never lose. Says that he has something else in his mind. He's got to get his teammate Divine back up. And this is where the chaos has ensued, Salty.
Look at the minimap. You've got 4 or 5 teams in the vicinity, and Knock and Finish, they need to do one thing, that is get their player back up on their feet, because you need that number strength right now. U-Dog coming in from the upper hand. They've got a player down already. Another player is down on his knees. This is tough times for Team U-Dog, considering that they had a good position playing from the edge of the circle. They're facing the heat from multiple teams right now, namely Knock and Finish and some others as well.
Yeah, even with the players of walkouts from the TBD top, you know, they're going to try and apply that extra bit of pressure. As INR official, they have indeed spotted out the boys from YTE, IGL falling down. This is tough times for them, as the players, the numbers are starting to dwindle, with even Walkout also being able to be in a good position to apply that extra bit of pressure. But this is what I was talking about, right? They have a really good ridge to play around with.
Yes.
At the same time, they're on the peripheries of the circle, so giving them enough room even to kind of transition or rotate, even will the circle sort of shifts away from them. But this is the fight that we're talking about. Now, UDog are survived right now with just those two players, Crazy and Daniel, who have to somehow keep themselves in the contention. Because from the backlines, I can see that cover fire being there. I can see that support being provided. But I'm really starting to get a little worried about him, considering how this terrain is so much in the open.
Exactly, and these two are probably the only compounds in the circle itself. But ladies and gentlemen, we move on towards the side of Milta, where I can see Team Edge, the Team Hope, don't really seem to have a lot of hope in them right now, because two teams are currently on them. You've got Team B4M that is on the charge. You've got Team Gunda in the vicinity as well. So these two teams can always scavenge some finish points if they can find those players without the open. We move on to Team Walkouts as well. They were in the periphery, but one player has been taken down. The finish speed is kind of providing us that bird's eye view over that fight. But ladies and gentlemen, this is what we have in store for us. Now, UDog, they've gotten another one of their brothers back up. Crazy, Sultan and Daniel are the three players who are still.
Oh, they certainly are. And right now, you really would want to have Sultan stepping it up, right? Put the pedal to the metal, have a good start with that. He's cooked and lobbed that grenade. Hasn't quite connected though. He's still going to take a dig at it. Lobs it in the right direction. I'm not going to question the physics involved, as Thunder Whitey elsewhere has taken down your mistake, bro. And I'm starting to ponder as to whose mistake it might have been.
He was like, your mistake, bro, not mine. But anyway.
You threw it. It's your mistake.
Exactly. But the circle once again, oh my god, walkouts. They are also offering some chicken biryanis to the BGMI gods, because they were at the center of the circle. They got towards the periphery. And now, once again, they've got the advantage. They've got to traverse, what, 10, 20 meters to get inside. But I'm not really sure if they're going to find some cover over there, because this is a completely different terrain, completely out in the open, with some barren trees out there as cover. This is going to be a tough time for them, especially when UDog, as well as the other team who are in the fight right now, they're not really engaging against each other. Had their numbers been dwindled, life could have been much easier for walkouts.
Now, considering they've made so much noise, it's going to be so difficult. Now, Crazy is aware of Avrar's positioning, right? Any single moment he's going to fire at his direction, but does not quite connect. As YTE, he's in a whole world of trouble right now. And then, inside that little wizard house, will get taken over by Yuva. Now, this is quite different to how walkouts have been approaching their fights, right? Now, ideally, you've got Beard Baba being the one who is the one aggressing all the time, and KF, they are caught in a really bad position, but still with Sultan down, they've got a fighting chance. Daniel still trying to keep things heavy and going, as he's getting a few knocks to his name.
Crazy.
But it all comes down to Ripper the Great, as he's going to put that fight along. Crazy just pushing in. Has he secured that knock? Right at the moment, he goes prone down as Divine. Well, he gets spotted out, but what a finish coming in by Crazy, getting that final nail in the coffin. As with that, UDog, despite just losing out on that one player right from the very start, they've managed to eliminate a whole squad.
In spite of Sultan being taken down, I love the responsibility that Crazy as well as the other player took over. That Daniel, the first one who goes on the offense, sprays down two guys. Crazy on the wipeout. He goes on that lurk and wipes the floor with the rest of the team, completely eliminating them. The circle is coming to its final iterations, ladies and gentlemen, as most of these prepare for the end game right now. B4M, they've got smokes in front of them. They're trying to press forward, but right in front of them, there is Team HB who will try and prevent them from progressing any forward.
Oh yeah, it's going to be such a tough call for them, as well, slowly but surely they're going to be making those moves. But now they're well aware of Leo OP's position, as these smoky covers sort of give away, right? This is where all the other teams inside the lobby know exactly where you are, and there it is. The grenades keep on coming. Now, Dronze, he's on the back lines, but at the same time, you've got to be ensuring that you keep yourself away from Shanky. One more grenade, and you're basically done. As INR, they are being ambushed upon, and it is going to be the pathetic noobs who aren't really pathetic anymore.
Absolutely, they are on the charge. The floor is lava, but Flameboy gets taken down. Explosions happening left and right as retaliation comes in from Team INR. They still survive. Thunder is still up on his feet, but his attention is divided as there are teams in the periphery who want to scavenge upon. Look at this. They are going to restabilize. They've got 6 finishes for them already, but U-Dog in the background, especially the circle moving away from them. 200 meters is what they've got to cover. Hardship after hardship fixes. What is happening?
You know, I really thought that Team Elevate it was in a really good position. They still are, but now they've also got to make a little bit of a run for it. Now they have to abandon that compound, that cover that they were holding on to. In the meanwhile, B4M, they've managed to get Leo back up, but with still GH having that perfect idea of where they really are. The moment they try to traverse, the moment they try to get inside the circle, that's where they're going to get shot down at. Now, Fearless Gunners, they've got to ensure that at least they look out for all these players while they're traversing. Now, diverting their attention. Now, this is where things are looking really alright for them.
Absolutely. Team Elevate coming in on the charge. Team Heroes certainly stand no clue what's happening. Is the Buggies kids? Carlin sprays down another guy from B4M. They are dividing their attention to 2 different teams but are succeeding. But wait, no! Team Elevate is also losing players. They've lost Tony. He is certainly knocked down right now. Couldn't really save him. But Carlin is still on the offense. You can see Team Heroes, they've taken a lot of damage. Aim got it. Got both of them have been knocked out. Their finishes are yet to be confirmed. But Puwali on top has got some topography to work with. But I'm not sure if he's got any sort of advantage over Team EL so far.
You know, bodies are definitely falling, but INR are still keeping them inside the contention of this particular game. You have that little visit out to work around with a little bit of a high ground as well. And you can see that's a little bit spread, but look at Walkout, right? They're on the first floor, and this is where Abrar and Yuva, they're putting off a last stand over here. But Yuva, he's going to make some ballsy moves as he goes out, spots Ice out over there.
Nice.
Will be lobbing that grenade, gets that one knock, shooter from the backline, spots Abrar out, gets him taken down from the picture as it has been converted into that little 1v1 situation with also Mukeeb joining the fray, making it so difficult for walkouts to play around this area.
Yuva, all that he can do is just wait and watch. He's got Spray W with him as well, but he is nowhere near so far. Effectively, it is a 1v3 for him, especially when Spray W with that M249 is still trying to provide him some sort of cover fire, but it is really an effective support, especially with the scope tin that he has. It is really going to be very difficult to connect those shots. Yuva, the job is exponentially difficult, and he's not going to deliver a shooter. Jumps him and finishes him off. No mercy being shown as Spray W. His position has been given out as well, and Team INR, they are going to be looking up that particular finish. But no wait from the back lines. You've got another team. IGL comes in and scavenges upon those empty praise.
Now Demon Killer Dark, he's got not even a single med to work around with, eventually just getting taken down by Ice. But Mr. Spray, he had his entire attention diverted elsewhere while Yuva was fighting all by his lonesome, becoming one of the reasons why Team Walkouts are in such a dicey situation. As Team INR, I believe, Salty, they're off to such an amazing start. Despite the fact that they've lost out on 2 of those players, those finish points are going to make them propelling all the way up to the top 4 right from the very get-go. As now, ladies and gentlemen, we have the boys from TH who are going to be enjoying the better of the circle, have 3 of their players alive, and all they've got to do is try and deny and stop everyone from getting inside the circle. Now, if that happens together, it's going to be such a daunting task for them.
Absolutely. We prepare for the final iterations of the circle, ladies and gentlemen, as most of the teams come in from the periphery, shots being exchanged as smokes begin to fall in. The rain coming down the Scar Rail, but slowly and slowly the blue zone shrinking. You've got most of these players, they need to move in as well. They are one with the nature so far. I can see Lemony is still crawling, but Ankit has got such a good vantage point. Teams come in from high topographical grounds, teams come in from lower as well. This is a perfect mix. We might get to see a perfect ending to it as well. And here it comes, Ankit with the spray, crucial as ever.
Ankit just waiting for the right opportunistic moment to strike, and I think this is the fight that we've all been waiting for. Team INR going up against Team Hope with Mr. Spray just waiting to scavenge something out from this fight. A few little knocks, you know, being stolen away. That is his intention. As now Mr. Spray, he's having that route cut in for him. Now he's making it on the backlines, and now Team Hope, they're completely oblivious of what's happening in their backlines. As Ankit is going to be lobbing that grenade. He is going to be going with the toss, but not anytime soon. Finally, he does that, but quite does not get anything out of it.
Nobody knows anything about Mr. Spray so far. INR versus Team Hope is going to be our first phenomenon so far. You can see the artillery is being launched onto the skies, but none of them connecting so far. INR with their 10 finishes, they have done their job already. But right now, what they need to do is get those 4 finishes up and running. But look at who's sneaking behind Mr. Spray with that M249. Can be a devastating opponent to face. But no, wait, Rishi tries to connect those shots. INR, they've got a good spread between those players, but they still have got trade potential fixes. Who's going to be a call?
It's going to be such a tough one, right? Because IC cannot be the aggressor over here, considering you can take a look at the circle. The players of Team Hope, they're all lined up. One very beautiful grenade from Mr. Spray and they go kaboom. And he's exactly doing that. Just hoping for it to happen, lobbed in the wrong direction. As Mr. Spray, he's going to let these teams fight it out. As shooter, he's on really low HP. It all comes down to Ice to hold on to the fort while he starts healing up. But the biggest question here is, Salty, does he have any heal to work around with?
He has one, certainly, but all he needs right now is patience. He needs the utmost patience. Let these teams fight amongst each other. Get yourself the second placement point and then go for the final nail in the coffin. Look at his position. Look at where Team Hope is. This is devastating. INR, they split themselves up 2-2, and here it is. They go for the offense. Ice gets one for himself. Another one, probably not really. Team INR almost getting wiped out, and here it is. Mr. Spray, it is his moment to shine. Molotov's lobbed in. The trajectory is going to give away his position, but they know there is one snake in nature. Here it comes. The MT49 might go blur as the first player goes down. The second one goes down as well, and it is a 1v3 to get yourself the winner with a chicken dinner. What a game! What a game so far we have had. Walkouts. Mr. Spray just lived up to his name.
You know, I think it's time that we just let that sink in, because I'm still yet to process the cojones. He hit the hammer where it was hot, waiting for that right opportunistic moment. And how often, Salty, do you have an M249 in those final few circles? You know, he just went brrrah and certainly did not look like stopping at all. And took care of all the situations, all the environment, and this is what experience does to you, ladies and gentlemen, as we take a look at the highlights of the game. Now, talking about the game from up top, right, it was kind of a rather slow start. You know, everyone was sort of settling themselves down. Everyone was sort of respecting the circles, making those moves. We saw majority of those fights break down early, you know, kind of late inside the game. But walkouts, man, they were holding that high ground for quite a long time. And Mr. Spray has been one of the very old players in the community. And this is what, you know, patience can do. And he had to time it perfectly, right? Which he did, and earned himself a chicken dinner.
Exactly. I also felt like INR did a good job in pincering down Team Hope into one corner. They tried to attack from 2 flanks, but eventually it just didn't really work out because the numbers went on the other side, which is way too much. But I have to give to what Mr. Spray did over there. I kind of felt like he was getting a little impatient, trying to lob in those grenades and trying to lob in those molotovs, where you said that had he guessed the position right, maybe Team Hope could have been wiped out in one single nade itself. But that was in the initial fights. He still waited for INR to get wiped out. As soon as he got that second position, he knew this is time to shine. Molotovs comes in, grenade comes in, he just stands up. He's like, all right, boys, let the red dot. I mean, I don't even have words, as he just he pushed the trigger.
And the confidence, I feel, yeah?
He pushed the trigger and he was like, all right, that's my job done.
You know, it's just pray and pray. After you start opening up with an M249, it's just pray and pray, basically. But yeah, I think the biggest damage being done with INR was one of their players was taken down.
Yeah.
And, sorry, my bad, my apologies. It was Team Hope. Yeah. In that particular situation, one of their players were taken down. So ideally, they wanted to get him back up. So there was one of those players trying to force that revive onto him. And it was sort of a 1v1. But, you know, he went up to the right targets. But regardless, you know, I believe, you know, INR, Team Hope, they've all had such an amazing game, right? Or the right start that they could have wanted. And for Team Elevate, I'm starting to wonder if it's the same trio that we had once playing for some big reputed names back then. But regardless, you know, Heroes, of course, we saw a few glimpses of glory from their side, but not what we really were hoping them to be.
Yeah, they kind of got themselves clustered. There were too many teams in the vicinity, and their attention was divided. You see, there are teams coming in from the background. You've got Team Elevate constantly pushing them in, constantly pinching them in. You've got players being taken in. It's just too much happening for them where they can actually succeed. But again, this is just the first game. But since we've got top 4 in contention, I begin to wonder if this game is going to change a lot of things. As we still have 4 more attempts, you still have got 1 Erangel, you've got Miramar as well to kind of make amends for what you did in the first game. But I feel like since top 4 is what we are looking at right now, it's not going to be easy to reach the top 4, especially when teams have got so many finishes for themselves right at the get-go.
Especially when walkouts are off to such a good start. This is such an intimidating factor for all these teams out here, right? Just having one of those players surviving till the very end, and none of them paying attention to him. While he was making so much of noise with that M249 when Yuva was engaging in a certain fight, and he was in a whole different dimension, right? And that is where you need to understand that there is someone up top. There had to be someone from Team Hope that had to be looking out for them. And I was rather surprised why they did not go for it. But again, I think it comes down all to the fact that they were under tremendous pressure. And this is where, Mr. Spray just went spraying on. Literally, quite figuratively, lived up to his name and earned his team another really, really fabulous chicken dinner.
This is what this deadly weapon can do. Once you press the trigger and you not let go, you can see the player, you can see how excited he is. He's just going bonkers on his cam feed. But ladies and gentlemen, it has been one hell of a start to this round 2 so far.
Yeah, of course. I mean, considering with that recent nerf onto that M249 where they kind of did not make it a loot drop anymore and they got it down to a common loot, I was not a huge fan of it, right? A lot of teams started using it for the pre-fires, and they kind of reduced that little fire rate over there. So it was a little bit of a bummer for me. Every single time someone asked, what is your opinion? I was like, I mean, that is one of those weapons I can particularly avoid because there's so much better options. But again, the kind of a magazine power it provides you, and this is something he could not have pulled it off had he had an UMP or maybe an M4, right? He would have had to go for a reload, and that is where I think Team Hope could have retaliated back. But I think everything was just perfectly aligned for Mr. Spray, right? His name, his position, nobody paying attention to him stepping at the right moment. It was such a perfect game for them.
It was poetic, to be honest.
Yeah, it was poetic.
If later on maybe we make a film out of Mr. Spray, this would be the climax where the stars align for him. Him being alive at the right moment, him not being looked at by any of the teams in the final circuit, and everything. But we've got to move on. Erangel is done and dusted, and we have seen how walkouts have taken the chicken dinner for themselves. Next up, we've got Miramar, and we know that walkouts are sort of good in that map as well. You've got some other teams, especially Team INR. I'm really looking forward to how this team is going to play, considering they've got more than 10 finishes in this game itself.
Yeah, they've had a really good start. I'm really keen to see where did they finish up in the match standings, which will pop up in a while. But again, carrying forward this discussion, like you said, I completely agree with you. Now, Walkouts has again been one of those teams that tend to dominate at the desserts, right? That is something that they've done even in the past. That is when they were in reckoning, entering into the finals. They have that sort of an experience with them. And with today, with the kind of a star, it was more about Yuva and Mr. Spray, right? And two of those players, I think Yuva has been the consistent of the lot. But in this map, ladies and gentlemen, I'm going to be looking out for Beard Baba. One of those players that had managed to get, I think, 2 or 3 MVPs out of that round 1 games that he had played. Today was not that much visible, but I'm pretty sure that once he starts getting on, he's not going to stop anytime soon.
Ladies and gentlemen, the point standings are going to be up on your screens right now, and just have a look at this. We've got 3 teams in the tippity top. Walkouts 22, Team Hope 21, Team INR 20, all in the big 20 leagues fixes.
Yeah, and this is where we're gonna start some segregation right from the very beginning, right? Because Today it's a very limited day. You just have 5 matches to work around with, and only top 4 make the cut, and that makes things so much worse for all these other teams, right? Especially for the likes of UDOG India. Now, getting them into the picture, they had that one good fight going in for themselves, but apart from them, I kind of missed the spark that they had in round number 1. Surviving and staying till the end. They had to rely so much upon Sultan, and I think it just got a toll out of them. And today, not really off to a good start, but it's just the start of the game, and it's just we still have 4 more games to go. I think anything is possible, but these are the teams I'm really worried about, man. 5-3-3. You've got Kalka G and Knock finish not even getting any points out of this game. They desperately need a chicken.
Exactly, and a chicken might not even be enough. They need a lot of finishes. But ladies and gentlemen, we'll move on to the most valuable player of the match of Erangel. Let's have a look at which player it might be. Of course, it has to be Spray. Wait, what? Okay.
Well, he's our MVP. He's the people's MVP.
Yes.
But for the algorithm, it has to be IGL from Demon Killer Duck. I think he'd been also making a lot of noise, right? He'd been creating a lot of ruckus. 853 points of damage. Now that is something impressive coming along with 5 finishes. And look at the survival numbers coming out of him. So for Demon Killer Dark, we were sort of in the dark to what to really expect from their side. They definitely haven't disappointed us. As ladies and gentlemen, we head on towards the top 5 players. So quite a lot of splash over here. We've got 2 players from INR. We finally have Mr. Spray with us, who finally stepped up in those moments, and it was all that was needed from him to get that chicken dinner for walkouts.
The impact, man.
Yeah,
the impact to try and get yourself those 3 extra placement points. He got his team 6 points single-handedly over there. 3 points extra for placement, 3 points extra for those finishes. But ladies and gentlemen, let's have a look at the match summary. And thankfully, we'll have 1 vehicle finish.
Oh, now that is something that I was really looking forward to, right? Quite more often than not, we do not get to see that. We get those vehicle explosions happening, but someone just trampling over a little bit of a Carmageddon. So that is something I really loved. And otherwise, it's all average stats out there, 6-minute finishes. But we've got to take a look at some statistics coming out of INR officials, right?
Yeah.
They were off to such an amazing start, 10 finishes, and having that top 3 position to themselves. This is definitely a team to look out for, Salty.
Absolutely. For us, I feel like this team looks really, really versatile. They can perform in different ways. They've got a very well-rounded unit, and that is one of the reasons why I feel they also will be the favorites in Miramar as well. But let's have a look at the squad face-off, where we are comparing walkouts against Team Elevate. Now, both these 2 teams have got 7 finishes to their name, 1400 versus 1600. Nothing really very different. I'm a very big advocate of the fact that you can't really compare small stats. You need to compare, if you are comparing stats versus stats, and you need a very large pool of statistics, only then you can maybe get any meaningful conclusions out of it.
But there was a different style of a play which was quite visible, where we had the players of walkouts kind of playing around the peripheries, where Team Elevate, you could have seen, they were stuck right in the center. They had a compound. They had the best compound, I think, after the 5th shift, but the moment there were so many teams just piling up over there that it got really difficult for them to kind of get out of that situation. But again, like Salty said, statistically they were really close to each other, both of them having the same number of finishes, the damage numbers, but the situations were quite different. It was where, I believe walkouts were the smarter ones, because, they kind of maintained that distance, especially with Mr. Spray trying to provide that cover fire on Yuva. That was that little mistake, but it's all right, as long as he made amends for it, as long as they secured a chicken dinner, I think I have nothing to complain about.
Absolutely. Had Mr. Spray been there with Yuva, things could have been so much different. Had he been taken down right at the get-go.
Yeah, he possibly could have been, because there were so many teams, trying to just take them down over there. Now, they're the big names, right? They're the big dogs coming in. And I think, that being said, the voice in my head says it's time to head into the second map of the evening. And it is also the time where you make space for a new friend of mine that is going to be joining along right from the Hindi desk. And apparently he's got a lot of complaints from there. He was kind of getting frustrated. So I was like, why don't you come in, ladies and gentlemen? Please put your hands together. We've got the magical caster with some magical voice out here. It's going to be none other than Spiro. How are you? How is your desk on this side?
Thank you so much, Fixes, for the lovely introduction. And I'm good. I'm really good. And look at the match. It was beautiful, right? It was Erangel. It was a basic map where Mr. Spray, he decided to be a ninja today.
Oh, he certainly was a ninja in the hiding and quite lived up to his name, right? But we're not going to talk about them. Tell me about why you're here.
Well, I heard that you guys are doing a wonderful job. You needed some support. You needed a friend. So I am here. I'm your friend.
All right, you've come with open arms, raising that olive branch, and we love you, right? We love you. We welcome you along here, and we're gonna have a really good time with Spiro, ladies and gentlemen. And he's gonna be providing us with his expertise. And now, like you've said, right, walkouts. This was one of those chicken dinners that was never destined for them, but somehow Mr. Spray just pulled it off. But talking about teams like you, Dog, what do you think, according to you, kind of went wrong? Because all the time relying on Sultan, would that work out for them in the longer run? What do you think?
Look, I've always said that one player can win you a game or two, but he can't win you a tournament. So you need to play as a squad, and when they play as a squad, they are a really good squad. Of course, we know Sultan is a wonderful player. Of course, we know Crazy is a wonderful player. But now it's their time to show up. Now it's their time to step up because we have only 5 games. If you don't play well today, if it's a bad day, you're out.
And it's going to get much more worse for you, Dog, if they do not come back into the second map and start getting chicken dinners to their name. Because from where they are, considering how good of a start that INR, Team Hope and Walkouts have been up to, if they cannot sort of get into the mix of things, they're going to be in a whole lot of trouble. But this is where, we've seen U-Dog also having some, nurturing some new talents there. We've seen, Daniel and Crazy pulling off some really amazing plays today. But leaving them aside, Team Elevate. Now, this is again one of those teams. I was starting to wonder if, the Trilok that we have in that team, is it the same Trilok that we had playing for a lot of bigger orgs in, different titles as well?
Well, I'm not sure about that, but certainly that team had the zone for a longer period of time, but they were not able to use that to their advantage that much. I mean, they could have done a little things better, but I still feel they still have 4 more games to go. But again, I will repeat myself, only 4 more games to go.
Yeah, only 4 more games. Now, let that thing sink in, because it's sort of a reverse countdown going on. Now, you've got 4, the next moment you have 3, added pressure. You've got to make it into the top 4 every single time. And even if you're 5th, that is going to be the end of your run. But again, coming back to this map of Miramar that you have. Now, every caster has a different take, has a different way that they, kind of like the teams to approach it. So what's your take on Miramar?
Look, it's my favorite map, to be honest. I mean, Miramar, it's a professional game. You have to play as a team if you want to play well on this one. I mean, to get value out of it, you can't hide. You have to be aggressive at some point of time, but you have to play smart. Playing smart is the go-to mantra that I'm going to give for all the teams.
Oh, certainly. I mean, you've got to work it out right. You've got to ensure you take this perfect circle. You've got to maintain a little bit of high ground. And if you get a compound along with it, I think you're really good to go. And this is where I believe, walkouts are a notch above the rest, right? Now, you did cast the entirety of BGIS. You've been looking at these players very closely, Spiro. So what is really special about these lads?
Well, walkout, first of all, Miramar is their strong suit. Erangel is strong as well, but Miramar is their way where they shine really well. So I think these lads, they play as a team. Mr. Spray is a wonderful Igel. We have seen what he can do in Erangel, but I seriously believe as a team, Walkouts is a better unit, especially with Beard Baba coming into play, and with his aggressive style, they're going to do really well in Miramar.
And that being said, ladies and gentlemen, I think it's time to step into the battlegrounds, head over to the desserts. But, this is where I would love to carry on the conversation about Team Walkouts. Right now, they've made sure that they're the ones to be looked out for. They're the ones that everyone else has to fear about. This is where Yuva really comes into the picture, right? Again, one of the bigger names coming to the roster. Now, in round 1, I was watching him. He was on the backlines the most, he was providing support fire. But today, he's like more up close and personal. So tell me something about this player as well.
I think Yuva is a wonderful player. He is known for his reaction speed, to be honest. But I think in the first game, he was not able to do what he was supposed to do. I mean, the players were in front of him. He was alone there. Mr. Spray must have been saying
busy.
A lot of things. Yeah, he was busy. He was shooting as well. But I still feel that he should have taken a shot there because it was a 1v3. He was not able to win. And the surprise element was always on his end. he could have done a little better, but I still feel that reaction speed is good. He has the hunger, he has the spirit, and I think he can do well with this team.
No, I think he's what it takes to be the best player right now in the country. He's definitely
It's a
getting
long way to
there.
go.
Long way to go, but I think he's got his basics cut out right.
Yep.
Right. I think it's more about the hunger that you've been talking about. The desire to win it out, and that is clearly exuding out of Yuva's body. But again, Walkout is certainly not just the only team, ladies and gentlemen, with us. As we've got to talk about a few other teams, right? Teams like Kalkaji and Knock Finish, who've not really been having that good start. Now, for teams that have not really accumulated any points in a map of Erangel, now what would be your take? What would be you telling them to head into Miramar and try and do that, as we will have this conversation continuing along, ladies and gentlemen, as the Big Bird has taken it up to the skies, and the flight path trajectory, as it can seem, is all the way from Valadimar towards El Azhar. Now, Spiro, now we particularly know that, El Pozo, Crater Fields, La Cobreria, they're going to be very far away. You need to get these vehicle drops coming in. Now, this is where the conversation really comes along. Now, how do you feel about having plan Bs and plan Cs in a random lobby?
Well, there are a lot of alphabets in English, but I still believe that you want to have a lot of plans. But you need to stick to the basics. You need a vehicle, first of all. You need some decent loot. You need to enter the zone. These are the basics. And it depends on team-to-team perspective, whether you want to get a really high ground advantage or whether you want to have a cover in the house.
Right.
So it depends on team-to-team, but I believe that the high ground advantage in this map is godsend. I mean, you have to do that. I mean, if you can go on a really good mountain and if you can scout some players, you can shoot them down.
That is where the conversation comes down to where the circle is going to pan out. And quick, where is the circle going to go?
Well, I would love to see Lost Linus again. I mean, it's kind of the meta these days. I would love to see that.
All right. The boring, good old Lost Leonis. But I really love about Lost Leonis, it completely changes the dynamics of how you approach Miramar, right? Now, it's sort of more of an urban combat situation where you've got so many buildings around, you've got so many covers to hide. Kind of gets you that little bit of a Vikendi and an Erangel feel. And I guess that is what I love about Lost Leonis. That's just it, right? What I love more is when the circle kind of shifts a little bit away. But ladies and gentlemen, it's confirmed it's not the Trilok that we were hoping him to be, but he's definitely showing promises.
Well, certainly a lot of Triloks in India, but at the same time, you know what I love? I love some good old drop clashes, and here you go. We have one. I can see a couple of teams. I would love to see some early altercations, but right now, I think Tony is stuck in his compound. There are a couple of players. I think it's all about teamwork. It's all about patience in these kind of scenarios. If his team can come up and give him some cover, he can get out of it.
Yeah, the fearless gunners, man. I mean, they have to live up to their name. But for Tony, like you said, being in the God building and considering the fact that you've got two players, right above you, he's gonna have those little butterflies, right, in his stomach right now. He's starting to wonder, what do I do next? Should I be completely still? But what on earth is Ice up to as INR instantly just ramming on, and eventually it's going to be Tony who gets that knock. Not sure with the finish though, but he will definitely want to start it off because he knows that he might get taken down any single moment.
Well, that was careless, right? I mean, but the fight is still going on. I would love to see Trilok is on his knees, but still Team Elevate, they're doing well. They managed to get a couple of frags already in this game, and I would say even though Trilok is knocked down, he would get revived. I think Team Elevate, they're off to a wonderful start. Meanwhile, Fearless Gunners, the two players that we were talking about, Fixers, they are still there. They're still holding on. As I said, patience is going to be a key factor. But Tony, he's stuck there. And Arceus, he has to go in. Tony trying to survive. But Sharky would get him down and they would finish him off.
Yeah, Arceus and Carlin a little late to the party. Just losing out on his teammate as Arceus is just going to be rattling down those bullets from his AKM. And now they're hungry. They want revenge as Team Elevate trying to salvage as much as they can from Tony. Will not get enough though. But with Trilok, right from the flank lines, he needs to get that little bit of an altitude, right, to provide the cover fire. And I'm always of the opinion, when you do not have the numbers going on for yourself, do not push.
Well, that's a very good strategy if they can use that. But I would say this in this compound, I think defenders always get the benefit of the doubt because of the crossfire. You need to use these utilities well. You need to use the smokes as well. But to be honest, I still feel they have the numbers game advantage. If Freelock can do something, if he can get some information at least. I mean, it's not always about the knocks. It's about the information that you can provide your team. And if he can do that, that would be instrumental.
Now considering the fact, and you've said a really interesting point, but you know what my biggest fear is? This is the tallest compound right now. Now Freelock needs to find a different area altogether. He needs to create another angle. Now no matter you get onto the tallest building on the western side, but I believe, you know, Elevate have stuck onto the basics, rather, you know, sticking together as a team, as a whole knit unit. You know, you are reduced down to just 3 men, and this is where they're trying to apply those extra bit of pressure from the grenades, and Karlan connecting is what exactly they wanted at this moment, and you can see them just pouncing inside, you know, looking out for finishes as they need to go for the last player surviving. I believe the revivals are not coming anytime soon. As you can see, your mistake, bro, being that final player alive, does know where he can be, gets that knock somehow though. Your mistake, bro, still alive while it lasts as he takes that plunge. Arceus, your mistake, bro, is just surviving with a sliver of HP.
What?
Somehow he clutches it out. Oh my goodness!
That is the best 1v3 I have witnessed in this tournament so far, because he had none HP. He was living on his, 1 HP, and I can't believe that.
One.
It's not even one. Yes, a single bullet could have taken him down, but it's your mistake. It's not his mistake.
I mean, this is a message I believe he has for his enemies, right? For his opponents. It was your mistake, bro. You tried to push at me, and that's where you pay the hefty price.
It was magical, I have to say. I mean, it's a 1v3, right? I mean, I won't say Team Elevate did a lot of things wrong. They went in, they wanted to be aggressive. It's a solo player standing there. I think they went a little bit too casual.
I think it was the confidence, right? It was the confidence, and I believe, you know, these are the moments for which we need an instant replay. Now look at your mistake, bro's perspective, right? Look at how he transitioned himself from the little crevice, right? Take a jump in down and taking this one player. I think that was huge, right? And still surviving with that 1 HP. Now this is up for the Instagram reels. Wow. I mean, I'll be honest with you, Sparrow. I was not expecting him to pull this one off.
Look, I'm still stunned. I don't have any words left. I have to say, this was magical. This was beyond normal. And if you're posting this on Instagram, don't forget to tag us as well, because I mean, I would love to watch it again and again and again. But moving on, Team Hope, last match was good for them. I mean, we've already seen a couple of 1v3s in this tournament.
Yeah, we said. Yeah. I mean, for the one that we really witnessed from Fearless Gunners. Now, looking at the bigger picture, Sparrow. Now, of course, they did manage to get that squad wipe. But at the same time, the point comes in the fact that he's just survived with that one player. Now, considering that Fearless Gunners have to qualify to round number 3. Now, clutches aren't going to really help you in doing so. Now, what do you think should be his approach, right? How do you think he should be playing this circle?
Look, it's Miramar. It's really hard to survive as a solo player. There's not much cover for you. I mean, certainly there are not many bushes. You can use some shacks, to be honest. I mean, first you have to rotate well. And if you can get in the zone, you can get into a shack or a compound, and you just have to hold. Don't move at all.
Yeah, I mean, of course, certainly. But, you know, now this is again one of those teams that I think we've been both looking out for as Team INR, considering the fact that they were off to a really good start. Now, I really believe that they have that little bit of a cushion, right? Now, this is one of the games that we're not going to complain that, you know, you need to get those chicken dinners, man. you can at least get 5-6 finishes to your name. Maybe a top 3, top 4 finish would also be enough to pull off a job.
Well, I would say, I mean, you are the solo man standing. Even if you get extra 5 points, that is enough. You're doing your job. Right now, their name suggests, they are the fearless gunners. They have to be fearless. They have to be positive. Right. They have to be optimistic. I mean, look at Mr. Spray in the last game. He was solo, right? He managed to get a chicken dinner. If he can do that, you can do that. Just keep up the good one.
But what's wrong with INR? I mean, I feel they're sort of lost right now. Which, you know, I see just ramming in onto its Lost Leonis, hoping that, you know, the entire city would be vacant, just got taken down. And then suddenly you're looking at the other players of INR now struggling to get their minibuses out properly. But for now, Demon Killer Dark. Now, this has been another one of those teams that, honestly, I did not have a lot to expect from. But they certainly have been putting in the effort and have been getting the job cut out.
Well, it seems like we are going to get La Bendita as our circle moves in. It's my prediction. It's my prediction. We will see what is going to happen. But you were talking about Ice, and I thought, well, this is Miramar. I think he melt.
maybe quite figuratively, lived up to his name. And I was starting to wonder, like, why on earth would you make that decision? But it seems like, the circle has gone a little bit towards the Picardo areas, and that is where, ladies and gentlemen, look at where walkouts are, at the perfect position, just behind Picardo, taking control over those hills, maintaining that center spot. I love it.
Well, they have a really good spot. I mean, Team Hope got a really good spot as well, but it's very rare to have a Picardo circle in the end. I would see, I would say that the power grid area, the mountains there, they are going to be very instrumental as well if you can go there. I mean, all the Western teams, they have that opportunity, especially B4M. If they can use that advantage, hand-mounted mountain, power grid mountain, that's a very good advantage situation for you.
That is something that we've sort of witnessed, right? The northwestern hills of Picardo, right? A lot of teams taking over that, but unless and until you've got a drastic radical shift, I'm really doubting if we're gonna have the circle shift towards power grid. Now that's just me speculating. I've got that little bit of a hunch that today is the day where we go a little down south with Picardo, a little towards the side. I am a believer in walkouts today. So you're going with B4M. I'm gonna go with walkouts.
Well, I was just saying that that's a good position in this area, in this zone, but that's okay. I mean, you know what? I came here from the Hindi desk, and you know what Maisie says? He says, circle is crazy. It is going right, left, up, and down, and it's not listening to anyone.
It certainly does not listen to. But, Maisie does not know that. We've got that little bit of a secret going on over here. We do the right amount of offerings, right? And,
Absolutely.
If the gods of BGMI are pleased with you, sometimes they grant your wishes, which was given to me in the first game of Erangel, of which I'm going to be bragging about the entire day, self-proclaimed. But right now, taking a look at Team HP. Now, this is something that I'm really critical about. Do not take those low grounds of La Bendita, because once you sort of head in, now you've got a lot of teams coming around the peripheries, right? This is where teams like Pathetic Noobs can really stop them right off their tracks. But I believe the players are trying to move around, and this is where shots are being taken at their direction. It's going to be Trippy YT, not really connecting any on the bodies, but the vehicle surely has been damaged.
Well, I agree with you on that, but Trippy, he has to be careful. I mean, he spotted a couple of players. He has no idea about the remaining ones, but you are coming out of a really bad situation to a almost impossible situation to deal with. I think it's really going to be hard. This is Frost is going to spray down. He would get the job done in the end, it seems.
Oh, it certainly has, as Ankit OP has just been blown off to Smith-Prince, as Mustafa, he's in a whole world of trouble, has his legs visible though. Varun is going to take a few digs at that. But this is where I would love to have one of those players of mid-zone trying to go on a flank. How do you feel about that?
Well, they can certainly do that. But, to be honest, they have a compound. But yes, I think Skylar, he listened to you. He's trying to move on by Mustafa. He would be taken out by Varun, and I think it's really hard. They are in a bad situation at this point of time, and if they want to survive, they have to do something amazing. Team HP Thunder Whitey holding on to a really good rage, but Lemony, he has to squeeze some lemons right now because it's not working out for them.
Easy peasy, lemon squeezy. Got to see what he has to offer as it comes down to Thunder. Does not have enough time to get a rest back on his teammate, as he's going to be starting to cook up a grenade. Will eventually try to toss it around at Frost's direction. Knows where he is though, but the nade, I believe, was a little overcooked just for his liking, as those nades keep on coming back. But still, he's going to try and stick that revive, as Lemony, he's the one who's trying to stop that, assault coming in right from up front.
Well, if they want to attack, why don't they just push in? I mean, they're just holding on. It's the nerves that are talking right now, Fixer. We all know you have 5 games. These are young teams, unknown teams. They have to do something. Well, Frost, he has to do something. I mean, Lotus Nade would have done the job, but no! A high-toss Nade would get the job done. Thunder is still there, and I would love to see if Skylar is going to do it alone. I mean, Frost is coming into his aid, but now Lemony is still off on standing, and he's trying to retreat.
Yeah, he's got to make a run for his life as Skylar on that 4 times on that Mini 14. Not a lot of players have been fanatics of using a Mini 14 these days, which eventually we are seeing as the league progresses. But for now, you've got the players of Heroes officials who've heard all those commotion, and now they want to be a part of the party over here. As Midzone Esports, they're going to make a run back. have their vehicle spoiled out. Oh, the cojones on Frostman. I really was starting to speculate that he's going to get taken down, but still he prones in without any smokes. He's going to get his loot done.
Well, he has some courage, but when you were young, you do some crazy stuff, right? And I would say one thing, Fixers. You need to be a little crazy to do something magical.
There's a thin line, right, between craziness and being foolish over there. And I just hope he does not get taken down. But believe the players of Heroes Official, they do not mean any harm, as they're not going to step out of cover, right? This is, again, one of those teams that we have seen in various, third-party lobbies. They've been there. They've got some experience going along. But now Lemony, well, he walked out from a situation, got landed up in an even worse dire condition, as now he's been pushed by the players of Team Gunda.
Well, he could easily get bullied by Team Gunda. I mean, as the name suggests, he is in a lot of trouble. But Lemony I think he's burning. He's quite literally burning right now. I don't think he can survive in this situation, but he's still trying to survive. He's doing some smokes there. I mean, this is such important battle for them, but Lemony is just gonna get taken out by Team Gunda, and not a great day for his team.
Oh yeah, certainly not. And exactly the wrong start that Team HP have had, because just accumulating 1 point out of this Miramar game, such an important day for these lads. But for Team Gunda, now that was the right bully job that they just pulled out, right? But we've got to see what can they do more. As Team INR, they've started getting on the finish boards, getting a few finishes to their names. In fact, 3 to be particular. But for now, I'm really keen to see where the circle sort of transitions, rather goes directly towards INR. They've been blessed with the circle and walkouts. I still like how they've been positioned, right? They still have that little hill to work around with. They still have a few ridges to play around. But they have got to make sure that the rotations coming in from the northern side do not hurt them. If they can sustain that, I think they're looking at a back-to-back.
Well, easily they can enter the zone and they can try to do gatekeeping as well. Meanwhile, if you have a look at WNL bring his heart out towards Team Hope, but right now is not able to connect any kind of shots there. But Goblin, I think with only level 1 helmet, level 2 vest, he needs some better equipment there if he wants to peek in again and again.
Yeah, but at the same time, we've been talking so much about walkouts, Piro. We've been talking so much about, the other teams, INR. This is where I'm starting to look at UDOG. Now, this is where they kind of looked a little phased, because, the way they've been transitioning just around the peripheries, just around the edges, they've got to make their, way inside the lobby, inside the zone. My apologies. And that's going to be such a difficult task. But taking a look at Skylar, he's got his work cut out, gets that knock onto a Chanky, as the remainder of the players of Team Pathetic Noobs are trying to close in. But it's not going to hurt Skylar a lot, because he still has so much cover to play around with, and considering that his backlines are secured, it's just that western side, his 9, that I'm worried about right now.
Well, I'm worried about the zone as well. They have to enter the zone. As the name suggests, mid-zone esports, they are certainly way far away from their center of the zone. But at this point of time, Skylar just healing himself slowly and steadily. Again, I think Pathetic Noobs, they have to do something. I think they made a decision. They are going to leave their player alone, and they are looking to enter the zone. Meanwhile, you're talking about UDOG India.
Yeah.
Certainly, they are a really good team, but Sultan, he needs to shine if they want to qualify.
And now, considering the fact that, Skylar has fired that there, it's going to be such a tricky one. But he's not going to be happy about Shanky's finish being stolen out. So mid-zone, they're really looking angry now. But I think UDOG making their presence felt. They know exactly what they're dealing with walkout, going in for that ram-in against the players of Team Hope. Now this is going to be a really interesting skirmish going on, as Rishi, he's cooked up that grenade. He's going to try and toss it just before that. Look at those bold moves being made by Yuva, that confidence exuding out of his body, getting that knock. And now they have such a good part inside the circle. But are they aware, Spiro, that there's someone hiding, and that smoke just gives it away?
I think they are aware. You know what? I mean, Weird Baba just took out a couple of players in the vehicle, and then they decided to rush in. It was smart by walkouts, because they knew the numbers game advantage was not in the favor of Team Hope. And it was, for a team like walkouts, they have the caliber, they have the confidence, they are going to rush you. And now they know the position. It seems like they do. It seems like actually they do know that someone is here, but they don't know the exact position, to be honest.
eventually just counting his moments, right? Because the last player can just get taken down any single moment as Varun is going to be spraying it around with his arm, gets that one knock, gets that player to really low HP, and is going to deal with Sid as well, has to get that quick reload as Team Gunda, they're in a whole world of trouble with Varun just dropping that grenade. It could be a potential whole squad wipe for his team as Gunda also get finished off. The final player dying down as mid-zone. They are seen to be in a whole different world right now. Somehow still surviving. Are they as U-Dog? They're going to be fighting it against the circle. With Sultan knocked out, they need to get that rest back up very, very quickly.
Well, Mid-Zone Esports just got eliminated at 13th position. They played well, to be honest, but they were stuck outside the zone. Meanwhile, Team U-Dog India, they lost Sultan early on in the game. We were talking about Sultan a lot, Fixers. But now with 3 players remaining at Sultan, their star player, their hot shot, just getting finished early on in the game. What do you think of their chances?
You know, it's going to be really risky and very dicey. But, you know, I've still been seeing some promising plays being made by Daniel and Crazy. So I'm going to be a dreamer that they can pull off something magical as Mr. Spray. Oh, he had to do that, didn't he? But now he finds himself in a whole world of trouble. Does not have a lot of support though, because his teammates are on the lower grounds as the players of Venom have really come in to strike, all coiled up as Ujwal is going to be trying to lob a few grenades. Mr. Spray also joining the fray. Abraz trying to back off from the fight, needs to get himself patched up, and then that is where he would look to try and re-engage in the fight. Or maybe, I really feel this is one of the fights that Walkout need to abstain themselves from.
They have to be careful. I mean, look at their positioning. It's a 2-2 split. They have to be careful. Abrar is a pillar of this team. We all know that, and that's why he decided to just stay back and try to take the attack down. But the remaining players, the cavalry has arrived. As we say it, it's a 4v4 pure battle now. Let's see if Walkouts can do something here, or you know, Senior and company. Would they be able to get that first knockdown?
Now it's going to be interesting because look at that 3-1 split coming out from Yuva, not certainly helping them on the lower ground. This is where the boys from Venom can certainly strike as Prar, he's kind of imparting all that information towards his teammate with Senior, having that little bit of a cover to play around with. We've got to see who opens it up. Now Walkouts, they've got those 4 finishes to their name. Now they've got that open knock. Now Prar, he's kind of refraining himself from pushing in, and this is where Yuva just chimes in from that left flank hold there as Sid also gets caught with his pants down. It's the last player now surviving for the players of Venom Extreme as survived by Senior. Not anymore as Walkout get yet another squad wipe. But they've lost Beard, Baba, and Abrar is knocked out in the process, Hero.
Well, it's not that great for Walkouts, you know what? Because, I mean, they gathered a lot of attention as well. There are a lot of teams looking after them. But meanwhile, INR, they have a really good compound. Abrar, he needs to get revived. But Mr. Spray, again, is the last one standing on his feet. Now it's a mission for him. He has to do a couple of revivals. After that, they need to enter the zone as well. I think a few meters far away from the zone. But I would see how are they going to perform.
It's going to be interesting, but because, you know, INR sort of refrained themselves from pushing in, because the moment they would go and opt for doing that, you know, that is where they also kind of are susceptible to fire from multiple directions, right? So now Walkouts kind of get a little bit of a breathing space over here as pathetic noobs. They're going to engage in a little bit of a fight elsewhere, but now Klaus getting taken out over here. Daniel is ensuring that he drops all those smokes and gets his teammate back on his feet. But it's going to be such a tough task with God getting that final finish over here as heroes. Now they are starting to look for getting a better spot inside the compound. Now it's going to be a really risky circle. We've got a little bit of slopes to play around with. It's all going to pan down to how good their IJing is going to be on at these moments.
Well, I think the chaos is going to happen. This is not an easy circle to survive, certainly. I mean, as you say, the teamwork is going to matter in this one. You need to have a lot of utilities. You need to have a lot of smokes. And if you can use those vehicles as a cover, that would be instrumental for your team. But you know what? I can see the minimap for Walkouts to enter the zone is going to be super difficult. You are getting the knock on Teacher, but still I feel they are going to rush it. I mean, I like this idea. I like the courage. They are just pushing it. Mr. Sprint trying to take them out, and Juva meanwhile using the bait and switch technique to perfection.
Oh, he certainly did, but now he needs to patch himself up, and seems like, you know, Walkouts have taken a lot that they can chew on their plates right now, but still Yuva trying to prove his mettle does not eventually finally falls down to the players of B4M as we have yet another fight ensuing right in front of us. Ladies and gentlemen, it's going to be Knock Finish, who apparently have survived for quite some long time.
Well, absolutely, they are still surviving, and they might have gotten some more finishes there, but they have to revive Dubai, and Arju just got knocked there. I think the Castiskers just took them out. The Great, Ripper the Great, beg your pardon. He's still there and he's the last man standing.
You know, the two teams that we picked out, they collided, and certainly your team won, and not supposed to be proud about it, but it's all right, you know. It was walkouts, being a little cocky in that situation, eventually had to pay the price. But now Narayan getting taken down with that grenade. We're seeing a lot of grenade knocks, and now we've got to see if Pritesh's position gets spotted out. As your mistake, bro, he's pulled off the clutch out of his life and still standing, still surviving, still putting his team in contention of that top 3. Now, if he manages to do that, you know, he's going to be my favorite player in this tournament.
Well, small steps fixes. I mean, what a player he's turning out to be. That was a magical clutch. That was a clutch of the day. I don't know about what future holds for us. The best so far, but I think pretty much whatever we will see, this is going to be some crazy clutch. But meanwhile, Bronzer, his Beyblading days are over, it seems, and he is going to get taken out by Heroes Official. Yeah,
certainly could not get that upgrade on his Bay, but finally gets taken out of the picture as Crazy. Now caught in a very dicey situation. How does he come out of that? You know, he's going to rely on that healing battle being done. But either ways, Heroes Official, this is turning out to be a really good game for them. And same for the players of INR, you know, back-to-back consistent game. I really am looking out for how many finishes are they going to end up with Spiro.
He's in top 5 now. Fearless Gunners, your mistake, bro. He's in top 5 and he is not stopping so far. But now, a tough challenge. That's a 1v4 and he would get spotted. Would get spotted and taken out by Heroes Official, Aim God. Now Aim God doing the revival duty there, but they have to enter his own fixes, which is never going to be easy in these circumstances.
Oh, it certainly never was easy, right? But Knock Finish, you know, they have heard us, I believe, you know, entering into the top 4. This is a team run going on for these lads, as they have successfully made it inside the circle. All they need to do is survive at this position, with Heroes Officials looking out for the players of INR, and Thunder is really close by. Once that smoke dissipates, now this is where Puvali can really strike, but Mukeep, he's got his attention focused on the players of Knock Finish. Arju on really low HP. Finally, Creed manages to take him down, as Puvali trying to spot out Shooter. Maybe it's the other way around, with Shooter having all that information imparted to his teammates.
Well, absolutely. Puvali using all the experience in the world and trying to get as much value as possible for his team. Shooter is in front of him in the open area. It's really hard. Look at the Puvali peek coming in. Puvali, but what was that spray? I mean, that was incredible. He was not allowed to peek again, but Thunder is the last man standing. Now Aimbird is trying to do the revive there, but my question is, Fixers, Thunder, does he have a nade there?
Oh, we will get to know that. We will get to know that in a wee bit while. But this game looks to be going the Heroes Officials' way, right? Having all 4 of their players alive. 11 finishes to their name. Now, Ripper, he certainly wants to be one with the nature, hiding under that little bush. Thunder just behind the buggy. Both their positions quite compromised, just stepping out of cover. Has that level 3 armor and vest to watch along with, but not enough, as he gets taken down by God. Now, this is where the players of Heroes Officials are just going to be scouring throughout the map, searching for that one player, as Ripper the Great steps out of his cover, eventually just to be taken down by the players of Heroes Officials, who have claimed the chicken dinner to their name, and well, with 13 finishes. Wow.
Well, with experience comes great responsibility, and boy oh boy, they played well. Heroes Official, the rotation was flawless. Plus, I would like to say Knock Finish, Ripper the Great. It was a great effort in the end. He managed to get 4 finishes out of their 5 finishes.
Yeah, I was really surprised, you know. He was surviving for quite long. The moment he got done with the first spray of his weapon, suddenly shifted to his Mini 14 and still was trying to inflict a lot of damage. But regardless, I think he's got the job done for his team. Such a beautiful comeback coming in from the players of Knock Finish out there, right? Getting 5 to their name, I think have accumulated 17 points out of this game, getting themselves into the mix at somewhere around, let's say around 6th or 7th position. But it's still progress in the right direction, right?
Well, absolutely. Let's have a look at the points table and understand how these teams have played so far in this game. Miramar goes to Heroes Official with a beautiful winner chicken dinner and a total of 28 points. Number 2, we get the Knock Finish. They managed to get 17 total points. But you know what, apart from walkouts and Heroes Official, all the other teams, they were not able to get those many finishes. I personally feel Fixers, these teams, I think they are still under a lot of pressure. They're not able to go all out in these circumstances where you have only 5 games to prove your mettle.
But I think amongst what we've seen in the first 2 games, INR and Walkouts have been the 2 consistent teams, right?
Yes,
now, Walkout started off with the chicken dinner. INR was also in the top 3. This time also ending in the top 3. So they're getting their job done. Now this is where concern arises for team like Hope, right? That made it to the top 2 in the first game, but this time are nowhere visible in the first half.
Well, maybe they don't have that much of a great Miramar game, but they certainly do have hope in their favor, and I would love to see if that hope is going to be enough for them to qualify.
Certainly your favorite word, right?
Well, I'm hope.
You're in Spanish?
Latin.
In Latin, alright. I'm still figuring out how different they are from each other, but we're gonna go to the second half of the table as this is where Team HB, Team Hope, look at them, right? They did quite accumulate a good number of finishes and good position points in the first game, but like we have said, ladies and gentlemen, you are not going to be given enough room and space. Now the little cushion that they had has been taken off, right? Now they've got their hearts on the lines, just the swords hanging over their heads. They somehow have to deliver in the next forthcoming games. But as we head on, ladies and gentlemen, to the MVP of this game, no doubt whatsoever, had to be God with 6 finishes and 47 points of damage.
That damage is crazy. I mean, he just wreaked havoc in Miramar. But as the name suggests, he's a god and he's proving that just there. Meanwhile, he managed to get 1 headshot, 2 assists, and the survival time would be there as they managed to win the chicken dinner. It was a great game for Heroes Official, but let's have a look at the other players as well. If his teammates were able to make it to the top 5, yes, Puvali is there with all the experience in the world, 3 finishes to his name, and the damage of 586.
What I really loved about Heroes Official is that they were not overcommitting to any fights, right? Where they really felt that, hey, this is not our area to meddle around. They did not do that, and they respected the zone, and they did everything right in the end, ensuring that they walk out with that chicken. Yes, of course, with Puvali and that beautiful artwork he's got is on his hand, and now has gotten himself on to the top 5. But Yuva, again, being one of those players that has been constantly impressing us, but that little bit of a decision that kind of hurt us towards the end, just going on with that push against B4M.
Well, now all these individual players, I mean, you take your mistake, bro, Yuva OP and Ripper the Great, all these 3 players were once solo. And they managed to get a lot of value out of it. And this shows that the value is important. Even if you are solo, don't give up. Meanwhile, if you have a look at the match summary, 81 grenades used, 62 knocks were made, out of 58 were converted into finishes. Out of 88, 3 grenades were able to find their mark.
Quite a good conversion number, isn't it, to work around with? But yeah, that's what happens with Miramar, right? You eventually get those knocks, and then you do not tend to get the finishes. It's just the way of life. But yeah, the healing numbers again being high, and you've got those long range skirmishes happening, so you tend to get those revives. A lot of healing potential is done. But this game is all about your mistake, bros, clutch. Then we had the walkouts, pulling themselves out of situations where we really did not know that they would survive, and still they did it till the very end. And 2 airdrops were looted, so I'm happy about that. Still missing some AWM action. What about you?
Well, we all do love that old school sniper action, but right now at this point of time, whatever works for you, right? I mean, if you can do a clutch with an AR or a UMP, you can do it. I mean, we would still enjoy that, but nothing beats the satisfaction of getting that head popped out with a sniper rifle.
No questions. That's the best feeling in the world, apart from a few pleasures in life. But as we head along, right, to the FT craft, ladies and gentlemen, we're gonna have a look at all those high-rise buildings, which aren't really high this time. Always with Miramar, right? Always with Miramar, you tend to see all those damage numbers up. But this time, it was a different story altogether. It was just 2-3 teams that I felt were in the mix. Other than them, the others were quite submissive.
Well, I was expecting the skyscrapers from Mumbai, but certainly this is not Mumbai. Meanwhile, if you talk about Heroes Official, they managed to get a lot of value out of this game. I mean, if you can get 13 finishes in a game and a chicken dinner, you have performed really well. Meanwhile, if you talk about walkouts, I would still say I love the attitude, I love the mindset. Even though they were not able to get a lot of position points out of this Miramar, but they managed to get the value out of it. let's have a look at their spotlight as well so that we can understand them better.
Yeah, I think, talking about walkouts clearly has been the most confident team, especially after that chicken dinner. They have seemed to stop at nothing really at all, right? The kind of, the ballsy plays that they've been making, and that has been one of the biggest factors why they still, I believe, are on the top once the overall standings comes out. But ladies and gentlemen, now let's take a look at a face-off between two amazing teams inside the lobby. It's going to be Knock Finish and Mid Zone Esports. Now, Knock Finish is one of those teams that did not have Spiro, even a single point in Erangel, now have made it to the top 2.
Well, all because of their single player, Ripper the Great. They managed to get 4 finishes out of these 5, and I think it clearly shows that not giving up is something that I always endorse. Because, even if you are a single player with 1 HP, we have been shown by a lot of great players that you can do miracles there.
Oh, you certainly can. And I think he's one of the biggest example of what you can do even if you're all by your lonesome. And that is where, you can also bring your mistake, bro, into the fray as well, right? Because, again, one of those players that was right from the very start, reduced to just a one-man squad, still survived. I think till the top 7, he was still alive, got himself...
Top 5.
He made it to the top 5. Now, that's a lot of points that he has accumulated for his team, of course, which will be, again, showcased in the highlights, ladies and gentlemen. We're going to head in directly and witness that, A1 clutch. I think one of the best clutches that we have ever seen in an official tournament so far. I mean, I'm not going to be lying about it, but the way he pulled it off, the sheer composure speaks volumes of what he has pulled off here.
Oh, absolutely, but I don't know what Icy was trying to do there. I mean, he just got
lost.
melted. He was lost. I mean, fixes. If you're going to a certain location, you have to check that location first if someone is there or not.
Yeah, you certainly have to, and he did not do that. It was just a blind ramming, just come in. He had no care about things in the world. But now is the moment, ladies and gentlemen. We're going to have that beautiful clutch.
Oh
now,
boy.
this is where he drops in, gets that one knock. He's again drops down, and look at him. Throws out, and then gets another
Beautiful.
knock, and then just hides himself inside that little compound, looks out for the player,
Oh
goes for
boy.
another drop, and it's a miracle, to be honest, now that we're witnessing it in slow-mo.
I can watch this all day. This was crazy. One of the best I have ever seen. And we've been doing this from years and years now, Fixes. This was crazy.
This was, utmost crazy. Had this done somewhere around, BMOC Round 4 during BMPS, this would have been everywhere on the social media.
Had this done by a star player,
Yes.
this would have been like crazy. But I think I would like to request all the audience there, you have to clip it down and you have to promote this player, because this player is popping up a lot of heads.
Yeah, he certainly is. Now, he's making a lot of news out there. Certainly will be on the headlines tomorrow. But again, this is where it comes down. Was it just a one-time thing, or is he going to continue doing that? Now, this is where, you sort of draw the demarcation between a star player and the new rising stars. They have to be consistent.
Now, that's a very good question, Fixers, because even I believe that, if you can do it once, we can say it's luck. If you can do it twice, we can say you get lucky twice, but you don't get lucky twice. And you have to do it again and again and again, and every single day you have to come up and you have to prove yourself. But this was Varun. He was good, even though he was the last man standing once again. I mean, these guys are not giving up, Fixers.
Oh, they certainly are. They certainly aren't the ones who kind of shy away or back off from a fight. But this is really brilliant as to how walkouts really approached this particular fight, despite being the fact that they were on a substantial disadvantage right from the beginning. And a little bit of a help you can see coming in from the players of Knock Finish as well from up top. Now, this is where, walkouts, well, this could have been their chicken dinner had they had 4 of their players alive, had they not gone all guns blazing. But that is, again, something that they can certainly live with, Spiro. What do you have to say about that?
Well, I still feel that they were aggressive. They thought that they had a really good first game. They managed to get the chicken dinner. And this one as well, there was no need to just rush and slam it with a vehicle, especially 2 players in a vehicle. Certainly not that. But they managed to do that, and they almost made it work. That was the point.
That's the thing, right? Almost making it work. Because again, I do not want it to be biting them towards the end. Maybe having those first 2 games and then sort of mess up the others, and then eventually start wondering, had we not, over-aggressed over there, maybe we would have still been in the mix of the top 4.
Well, I would say everything happens for a reason, and if walkouts didn't play well in the last game, they might do well in the next one. That is going to be Sanhok. But meanwhile, these solo players.
Yeah.
Look at Shooter. He had no HP. He had no right to get that knockdown, but he did because he tried.
That was audacious from his side. I mean, the ball plays that these players are making it. This is what we love, right? Every single time we come into, let's say, round one or round two, there are those plays and there are those players really who kind of are in the zone right now. I'm certain that with the kind of plays that the shooter has pulled off, with what your mistake bro has pulled off, and I'm gonna be looking out so much for them in the next games to come.
Absolutely, they are making their name. I mean, these are unknown players. We don't know about them, right, Fixers? And this stage is everything for them. All the hard work, all the hours that they have put in this game. I mean, it's time to show.
It's years and years of grind, right? Like the players have been talking about, they waited for the game to launch, and once it did, tried their hands on BGIS. Some got successful, some were still hustling, and this is where it all paid off. And huge props to, the guys out there working it day in and day out, and finally, their labor is coming into fruition, right? And it's giving them results. But at the same time, we've been talking about this, the bigger picture. Now, only the top 4 qualify from here on, and it's going to be such a shame not witnessing the boys over there from making it to the round number 3 if they do not.
Well, now you have said it. It's the hard pill that you have to swallow, right, Fixers? It's not easy. It's not easy. But life is not easy. Life is not fair. You have to do it. And I would like to say only the best would qualify to round 3.
Oh, certainly, because this is the steepest one, right?
Yep.
This is where you're getting just the top 4 qualifying, and it's going to be so much more hard. Now, we've got a few teams in the mix. Now, we've been talking about walkouts. Now, we've been talking about INR. Now, Team Hope did manage to get the top 2 position, but in Miramar, they weren't really that good. And that is where teams from the bottom, knock and finish, they find themselves now in the top 3. Now, they're in such a good position. Now, this is where the changes in the tables keep on happening, right? Now, heading into Sanhok, what is your expectations? What are we in for?
Well, I just want to see some consistency from the teams. I mean, as you say, the top 4, they are going to qualify.
Right.
But it's so hard to be in top 4 if you're not consistent. Out of 5 games, I would say, if you play well in 4 games, then you are kind of sure that you're going to qualify. But still, I would say play well in all the 5 games if you want to qualify. But talking about Sanhok, again, it's a small map. And if you talk about Sanhok, it is unpredictable. You can't predict anything.
Oh, you certainly can't. We get to see a lot of Salty's friends out there, man. Everyone sort of hiding inside those bushes, just waiting for the compounds. And, that is where it really, really bugs me. I just walk into a compound and suddenly I get picked off, and I kind of start losing my head, right? And I'm turning bald, and that's not a good thing, ladies and gentlemen. But I have to tell you, these are those Sanhok games that have turned me like this.
Well, I think you should stop playing Sanhok. We are going to watch Sanhok.
I love Paradise, and I love that, boot camp fight. That is why I can't resist myself.
Well,
it's addictive to me.
I think you like a lot of action. I think you love drop clashes, but Sanhok, they have much more than that. I mean, it's not only about the drop clashes. You are going to witness a lot of third parties, and not only third party shots from far away are going to come in. It's Sanhok, of course, and believe me when I say that, it's going to be fun.
Oh, it certainly is going to be fun. But, at this point, again, we've been seeing a lot of circles happening around the western side. Now, we've seen those first 2 days of round 1. It was somewhere around the Paradise Resort. The next 2 days, we had it all going towards the western island, right? So, what is your prediction? Where are we going to see the circle now?
Well, I would love to see some Hathin action in the game. I mean, some northern circle, that would be really good. But right now, let's have a look at the teams that are going to join us once again. But it's time for some change. The teams, they have to change their strategies. And right now, the caster deck, we will have the inclusion of some Salt in the caster deck. As Salty is going to make his way in, and Fixers is going to take some rest.
Yeah, man. What's up, bro? I mean, I'm so delighted to be joined by my man from the Hindi desk. He's also my love guru as well. You know what? I didn't really have a good time with the dates here, so I need some help, Spiro. How can you help me in that department?
Well, hit me up after the stream, I would say. I would love to give you some suggestions. I mean, if you guys are yet to watch my date vlogs, certainly, Salty. Thank you so much.
Yeah, dude. Like, to be honest, he's the best one to give you advice. He's the best one to give you advices on how to play this game as well. The map of Sanhok is going to be very, very interesting. It's personally my favorite map, Spiro, because like Vixis talked about, right? You get to see those tippity snakes here and there. You get to see those very cunning people who are just one with the nature. You just can't find them. Suddenly they figure out timing and they're like, yeah, that's my one. I'm gonna spray him down, and they do it.
You know that he was talking about you when he was talking about them, but at this point of time, I agree with him. I mean, it's Sanhok. I agree with you. This is going to be tough. You need to find your opponents really well, and if you can do that, that would be great. But right now, let's have a look at the beauty shots. You know what? Sanhok is beautiful. The rainforest takes my heart every single time.
Absolutely. The tropical islands, sure, it's hot, but it's also got some nice lush green fields as well, and that is exactly what we are going to witness. Now, Spiro, in the past, we've seen some players who don't really like to play on this terrain that they've got. They would rather prefer to swim across the waters and prepare for their Olympic sessions. What do you think about that?
Well, the potentials might come in handy. Look, Sanhok is different as compared to Miramar or Erangel. As strategically saying, in Sanhok, entering the zone is quite difficult as compared to Erangel. I mean, you can hide in the bush, you can lay down, but somehow, somewhere, you will find some opening in the zone. But in Sanhok, that opening is very minimal. And if you want to use the water to enter the zone, be my guest.
Absolutely. But again, they've faced a lot of problems, especially when they come in from the Hearth inside, when they come in from the Camp Alpha side as well. There are teams who are looking out. They're actually looking out for some players. It also kind of depends on where the zone is going to form. But ladies and gentlemen, how do you not like this map? I mean, it's got some ancient touch to it. It's got some mystery to it as well. You never really know what actually lies within. You've got the cave region as well. I mean, who on earth actually devised the fact that there is going to be a hidden cave, a mysterious cave?
Well, all thanks to Crafton and company. I mean, that's just amazing, right? But I would love to say, I mean, apart from that, you can become a doctor as well in Sanhok. I mean, you used to be. Right now, you can't.
Yeah.
It seems like that. I mean, there's not enough first aids on this map now. And I don't think there would be any heal battles today as well.
Might be. There are some players here and there who would still try their hand at it, but I'm not sure if it is going to be very effective. But this is the coveted region where a lot of those entry fights are going to happen. Like, I am expecting some drop clashes as well, because that has been the theme of the game so far. Teams are wanting to go for those finishes early on. They want to kind of get themselves up on the leaderboard as soon as possible so that they can get the confidence boost working around them. But ladies and gentlemen, the plane has taken off. The announcer is announcing in the airport that our flight is heading from Camp Charlie towards Monganai. Spiro, my co-pilot, what do you think of the map itself and the flight path?
Well, first of all, I would like to tell you that I'm a very bad pilot, so be careful. There might be turbulence on our way, but you know, to be honest, plane path, it doesn't matter in this one, right? You can go anywhere you want to go. You can glide, you can enjoy, and if you like gliding, this is the map for you. But right now, you know what I want? I want some good old drop clashes.
Yeah, and so far towards the southern end of the map itself, I can see two teams at this moment. I can't really read their names out. I can see there is Damon Kila. Apart from that, there's someone else as well. In fact, two other teams out there who are kind of huddled up together. This might result to some early action. But speaking of the circle itself, once again, our good old Sanhok circle comprising of the 3 islands. But wait a second, ladies and gentlemen. We have Team HB. We have Team VNM as well.
Well, you wanted drop clash. We got you a drop clash here. Death is looking ready to, show no mercy. But right now, Team Gunda, they're looking to bully their opponents. I would love to see how they're going to start clash. He is fast, and he is going away from the server.
Yes, absolutely. There's no restraint whatsoever. Team Gunda just going all guns blazing right from the start. They've got 2 finishes on the board already. We've seen 3 casualties in the first 1 minute. And look at this. Poor Extreme just right in front of this team. And there's nobody at all who will come and save him.
There's no respite, right? I mean, these guys must be playing Sanhok for the first time with each other. They don't know their drop locations. They don't know how they're going to play. And certainly, you have to be ready for anything. Meanwhile, Kalkaji Esports just holding on. And I think Midzone Esports, what do you think? Are they going to come to save their player? Or is it a very big risk?
It certainly is a very big risk. I mean, they are still approaching. They've got certain compounds, certain huts that they can occupy. But trying to cover so much distance in so less time would mean that they are calling death upon them. Especially when Pratish and Narayan, just look at them. They're just waiting for that opportunity. Once these players are going to come down this ridge, they're going to get shot down. But Extreme, I feel like he's been made that sacrificial pawn so far. He had the AK on him, but couldn't really do anything against the two players of Team Kalkaji Esports. Good start for them, but they've lost a player as well. Wow.
Well, it's nice to see. I mean, both those teams, they're just baiting Extreme there. Not only TS, I mean, Midzone Esports, they are also baiting Extreme. They want them to come out and finish Extreme so that they can use it. But it's nice. It's nice, Extreme. Don't worry about it. This is the game that you are playing. Meanwhile, Team HB and VNM, they have to do something. I mean, something has to give in. It's all about getting the first knockdown. And if you can do that, the floodgates will get open.
The floodgates, certainly. You've got Team Venom kind of split into different compounds. You've got Team HB who are together, which again can be helpful, especially when Venom decide to kind of push in all out on them. But so far, so forth, none of them are making any moves. It's about making the first mistake. It's the game of patience. Now, essentially, when two teams are in one single city or one single town, you expect them to go all guns blazing. But these are the initial peaceful times in Sanhok. These are the times when humans don't evolve into snakes, Piro.
Well, we never know. I mean, the future could be that. Meanwhile, if you talk about Ujjwal, I mean, I was looking at his POV and he was just there. Someone just entered his room and he was like, "Go away! I'm playing a game. I'm playing the game of my life right now." That was funny. But
yeah.
Right now,
Oh!
and yes, Mustafa made a mistake there, but Ujjwal was not able to get the headshot down.
The M762 barrel connecting, but not really to its full potential. Now, Venom, they are getting a little rusty. They're getting a little impatient right now. All that they've got to do is hold their ground, but no, they're sort of falling back as well. And that is exactly what the opening that Team HB wanted. Ujjwal takes a lot of damage. The UMP from Thunder is dealing a lot of damage where Venom can't really retaliate so far. You can see Thunder has got a lot of vantage point over this man. The topography, he's got the staircase to work with as well, especially with no sort of cover. Ujjwal finally managed to get away from the situation, but Thunder caught him with his neck over there.
Well, absolutely. Thunder from above, he managed to get a lot of value out of there, but now he's flanking once again. I mean, I like the approach there. They were looking to rush in, but meanwhile on some other player's teacher, he managed to get the better of U-Dog Sultan, and I seriously believe Sultan not having a great day today.
Same here as well. But you can see Death is very, very close to Mujtaba. And this is happening on the completely other end, the fight of the backlines. If Death gets this knock and finish for himself, especially with Hasid joining him in the fray, I feel like this can turn into 180 degrees and completely shift favor in Venom's favor. Right now, Death still pushing forward, but the nade coming in from Hasid, which just clears off Mujtaba. And now there's a clear advantage, a man disadvantage for Team HB to battle against. Lemony takes on Ujjwal in the process, and I believe he's going to go for the finish. Retaliation comes in as both these teams exchange knocks.
I mean, I love the fact that they are beating each other. They're beating each other to perfection, and they're just waiting for the chance to come in. That would get the better of Thunder, and he would confirm the finish there. But at this point of time, Lemony with a beautiful nade. I doubt that nade is going to find anyone, but Lemony, you gotta be careful. Team HB under a lot of pressure, but he got a really good weapon in close quarters. That is going to be the shotgun, DBS.
Yeah. Speaking of Team HB so far, they're still trying to create that opening. They're still trying to get Ujjwal and his confirmation. I don't believe Ujjwal has got some meds to kind of heal himself up, but so far you can see that Team Venom, they sort of stabilized. They still got that 3 players up and running. Ujjwal needs to heal himself up if this team needs to get back in the fighting spirit. But Team HB, the way they've put pressure on Venom, you can see that Hasid has no clue of what's happening. He's running here and there, trying to figure out that opening. But Team HB is so calm and composed about this whole fight.
Well, they are calm and they have to be calm. They lost a couple of players. They only have 2 players. Now they can't rush in with 2 players, right, Salty? They have to be patient enough, wait for their chance to come, and they have to be smart now. Lemony with that DBS, I mean, again, if he allows his opponent to come into this compound, now that's going to be a situation I would love to see.
I love this weapon, to be honest. It just sings the songs of death, especially when your opponent is up close. You play that music of the band Anonymous. But anyway, I'm not really a musician myself. I'm going to come back to the game itself. Lemony as well as Ankit, both of them are just holding the entry. And here it comes. The push comes in. One player gets finished off. Cyrus OP gets completely eliminated. It's a
great cover fire.
Ah, here it
And
comes.
That was actually quite good. Yes, in action, and Ujwal getting the better of I think actually Lemony getting the better of their opponent, and they managed to get the clutch down. And with a third party coming into play, Whitey joining the party, it was actually quite amazing. Venom Extreme just got taken out.
Yes, but there is another opponent. There is no relief for this team, Team HP. You've got Team Demon Keela, who is in the vicinity, and this is the team who actually got some third-party finishes for themselves. You can see the 2 finishes that they have. They haven't even participated in this fight. They've got themselves 2 points to work with, and now all that they want to do is to just hold down Team HB and not let them move any forward.
Well, again, HB and their patience, it worked out right in the end. He was using a DPS. He was using the FPP mode into his advantage because he was holding an angle. And I think the patience was great. The cover fire was even better from Ankit, and they managed to finish off their opponents. But meanwhile, if you have a look at the zone, me and Fixes were talking about the zone. He asked me, where do you want to see the zone? I said, Hatin. It is Hatin. So Fixes, I hope you're listening to this. I predicted right. But moving on. Bootcamp is a very crucial area in this scenario. TH, they're closing into Bootcamp. I can see another team coming in from Painan as well. I think there could be a 3-way battle nearing Bootcamp.
Yep, there might be. There's always been that 3-way affair toward the center of the circle, a triple threat that kind of comes up as well. But your mistake, bro. Dude, I was watching
that clutch, right?
Yes, I saw that clutch, and to be honest, I just have nothing to react to it as well. He was surviving by the skin of his teeth, and then suddenly he decides to drop down. He drops down, much like those kids who are making reels on Instagram, dropping down and dancing to the tunes. But anyway, he dropped down and he also danced to the tunes, but the tunes of the Death God.
You have a lot of experience in that, it seems, Salty.
I make a couple of reels myself, mostly where I don't really have my shirt on, but
Well, we all know that by now. I mean, one of these days, I think the audience would get to see that as well. Meanwhile, oh, you're not going to do that. Okay, that's not normal for you, to be honest. But moving on, Fearless Gunners right now, they're holding on, and look at that guy. He is looking to be cunning. He's looking to be sharp, but in the end, he missed all the shots.
Yeah, but there is your mistake, bro. Once again, this is Shanky who confirms the first knock. Team Fearless Gunners, they go absolutely fearless. It's Team Hope. They kind of lose hope in the process because they had no idea the Fearless Gunners were here. They were looking to capture this real estate. They were looking to capture this nice hill station for themselves, but sadly to their demise, they sort of fell down very, very bad. Fearless Gunners did so well there.
Now, this is a kind of a game you expect in Sanhok. You can't go into the open without any knowledge of your opponents. And now, that's where Team Hope, they have to do something. I mean, it was a great first game, but they managed to, Mr. Spray managed to 1v3 them. And after that, you lose confidence. You lose a lot of confidence. Sometimes you fight, you argue over it. But right now, they have to forget about everything else and focus on the Sanhok.
Exactly, and to get that information also, they kind of let that first player go in. The scout was here, but of course there was retaliation. Speaking of retaliation, you've got your mistake, bro, who is keeping on spraying these players down. Now you give them a peek, he's already got you covered. This man is such a good lurker. You can see the mini-map. The rest of the crew is up top north, but this man is coming in from a completely different direction to try and surround them, like to constrict them like a boa constrictor. He has got a lot of ground to travel so far. I believe he's got smokes to kind of go forward, but I believe that there is nobody checking his angle. Rage trying to get his revive back. I feel like is sort of crawling back into his own death. There is a smoke there which is going to help him so far, but your mistake, bro, once again finds another player with his pants down, and that is where he's gonna catch them.
No, Ankit, 77 is the last man standing, and now he gotta do a clutch. It's going to be a 1v4 situation, and your mistake, bro, is rushing in with Shanky, and he's not sad today, it seems like that, but Ankit, 77, holding on, waiting for his chance to come in, and your mistake, bro, won't make any mistake whatsoever, and he would get the job done with another 4 finish to his name, another clutch to his name.
This man probably does not make any mistake to kind of blame on his teammates, to be honest. He goes on a lurk and he's just so good at it. Especially when you've got 3 players to kind of distract you. You saw how good they distracted. Nobody knew your mistake, bro's position. And he comes in, catches every one of these players with their pants down. They are just walking right in front of him. He just sprays them down comfortably. But also kudos to him that he finds those spots.
I mean, it's all about positioning, right?
Exactly.
He managed to get into the better position as compared to his companions. Meanwhile, if you talk about the zone, it's still a really difficult zone to read at this point of time. I mean, you get all 3 islands in the zone completely. It's so hard. Right now, the best strategy is to use no strategy. Just wait it out till the zone shrinks in, and that is going to be enough.
You know what? I've always been a big advocate of a delta circle. I want that intersection of the 3 islands, and I want that little water body as well in the circle to add a little spice and salt into the final battle. But mostly we've seen this circle in Sanhok in every single day so far, especially in round 1. We got to see the Paradise Circle, but right now we get to see these Heartlane and Camp Alpha circles. Speaking of battle so far, you've got Team B4M who is on the offense. They've got 2 finishes for themselves already, and Team UDog, they don't really have the advantage of the high ground, but this is such a very steep slope, especially if you try and give yourself some sort of cover right across or right next to these high steep cliffs. I believe that there would be no lines of sight for Leo OP, but he's still looking for those lines of sight. Daniel is completely exposed, but he's got the first peek.
Oh, yeah, there was some glitch there, but he managed to get the job done. Meanwhile, UDog India, certainly not a great start for them today. I mean, only a couple of games remaining after this one. If they have to qualify, they have to do something out of their skin. They have to do something extraordinary. And by extraordinary, I was not referring
he wants
to
be
jump.
Superman.
Yeah.
Man, look at this. Look at this. He's probably dead meat. And yes, it is. Dip takes him down with his AK as Team UDog get completely wiped off the floor. And Team B4M, they get 4 finishes to their name. I love the fact that Team Gunda is still holding on the bootcamp. Just like you mentioned, they take it slow. They've got all the grocery shopping done. They've got themselves all sorts of meds, the ammunitions and weapons that they want in the final circle, and they're just holding their ground.
Well, talking about meds, I still feel that teams are not finding that many first aids, to be honest. Still, I mean, if you have 4 first aids, you have to be lucky, or you have a full compound to yourself. And that is why Gunda said they would be feeling confident, but he is yet to find a helmet. Oh, here you go. He got a level 1 helmet to his name, but I don't think that would be enough. He would love to have a level 2 helmet at least to his name. Meanwhile, if you talk about other teams, Fearless Gunners, Shanky, just holding on. Your mistake, bro. Already did a clutch 1v4. I would not say 1v4. It was a kind of a clutch, a 4K, I would say. But the zone has shrunk in, and it is the main island, Bootcamp, Paradise Resort. Here you go. You have to be there to survive.
Exactly. You've got a little bit of the stream as well, and I can see one of the teams, Team EL, is holding that little island that is there in that river body. Now, you've got Team MZ mid-zone very close to them. If a battle kind of breaks out, Team EL will be in a very big disadvantage because they don't have any moving ground. Team Walkout's also coming in from the north. You've got Team Ripper also coming in from the north as well. So all these teams, I believe there is going to be a fight breaking out pretty soon. But apart from that, I feel like teams who are holding bootcamp, teams who are holding regions nearby Paradise Resort, they're going to be pretty safe. There are going to be teams coming in from the south as well. There are teams towards Painan, especially HB and DK. We saw them kind of having a third-party issue happening right at the start of the game, but they've sort of disengaged from that situation. They're also on the rotate. Teams coming in from the Camp Alpha Island as well. All of these teams will be facing a lot of troubles because most of the regions are well guarded.
Well, absolutely. You know, my eyes are on walkouts, and here you go. I think it's not going to be easy for both these teams to enter the zone that fluently. For talking about walkouts, it's a 2+2 strategy going in from them. I mean, even in the second game, they were using this strategy only, but it's all about surprising your opponents. But to be honest, if you ask me, they know about the location of walkout players.
Yeah, they do. They certainly do. They can sense each other's presence, and that is where the reptile 7th sense comes into play, right? You just turn yourself one with the nature. You can sense the vibrations and frequencies of the other.
I think it was cats who have 7 senses, not the reptiles.
Oh, probably. I'm pretty bad in biology. I'm pretty bad in any sort of zoology that you are referring to. But anyway, coming back to the fight, you've got Goblin who actually finds first a knock for himself as Team Knock can finish. They are treading open ground to try and confirm those. That is a very big mistake as Yuva can capitalize pretty comfortably. Brother obviously over there to kind of save his fallen brother. But you can see Team Walkouts, they're already arranging themselves to face this fight. Entirety of Knock can finish. They're coming in from open grounds, but there is nothing that they can use to capitalize. Ripper the Great is completely out in the open. Just got a small little rock to kind of use as cover. But so far, Walkouts, they're still holding their grounds. Peter, what do you think? When are they going to press the kill switch?
Well, Mr. Spray, he is just great, right? He's still sneaky, he's still looking good. He has that MK in his favor as well. But meanwhile, as the name suggests, they managed to get the first knock and they rushed in straight away. That sort out, I felt, was a very abrupt move, but it still worked out for them. RP Ripper the Great is still holding on, but Mr. Spray, he knows that the zone is more important as compared to this fight. So they might retreat at this point of time and find a right way to gatekeep their opponents.
Oh no, Ripper the Great's position can be of a big problem because this is exactly where he pressed the kill switch. He's taking damage from the zone, but I love the fact that he's doing it so well.
Well, they're fighting against a very experienced team and they have to do something, right? Aju is trying to rush and he has a Molotov in his hand. He throws that, but he was not able to find any sort of value out of it. Meanwhile, Yuva just got knocked down. Beer Baba is looking to revive his teammate. Meanwhile, the Spray and company, they managed to enter the zone and they're looking to use that to their advantage. Meanwhile, Beer Baba, he would get the revival down on Yuva, but I would still see if a knock and finish, they're going to rush and they should actually.
Yeah, but the circle has moved on. They got to move on from this fight and probably enter the circle because this is just treading on too much. One single grenade and they might be finished on, wiped out forever. Here is the Spray that comes in, the jiggle as well as the Spray. Agile movements to couple it up. One player lies down, knocks exchanged as Mr. Spray is just holding on to the backlines. Knock and finish. They've got some finishes to their name, but they need to resurrect their fallen players. Aju needs to be resurrected and they need to enter the circle as quickly as possible as they've got 500 meters that they need to cover.
Look, in Sanhok, 500 meters is like forever. It will take forever. It is going to be difficult. You're going to face a lot of gatekeeping. But meanwhile, Team Walker, they have the vehicle. They're looking to enter the zone. Team Elevate, Kalan, he comes in. He managed to get a really good knock. Varun gets spotted as well. But a beautiful iron sight shot by UMP. But that was actually quite good.
Yep, it certainly was, but they're still in this small island. I need to move out of this region. Oh no, this is a bad decision. Trying to battle mid-zone, especially when you are in a position where you can't really move a lot, this might just turn into a bad decision for them. But thankfully to their aid, they've got a tag team who is picking out all the finishes for them.
The problem is he has no loot to his name. I mean, if you have a look at the first hits, he got none. He got an M24 to his name. I'm not sure if he has a good scope to his name, to be honest, because with AKM he was using Iron Sight. With UMP he was using Iron Sight. Let's see if he got a good scope to his name. Meanwhile, Trilok, if you have a look at him, again a level 1 helmet. So the loot is a big issue for a lot of teams.
Yep, it certainly is. And you can see walkouts. This sort of gatekeeping team knock and finish took a lot of time to kind of resurrect their fallen brother, to try and loot from all the crates that were formed out of the bodies of Beard Baba and Yuva OP. But I love the fact that Mr. Spray and Abrar OP are aware of the fact that there is somebody in their backline. Speaking of backlines, you've got I believe Team PN, Pathetic Noobs, who are going up against this other team, that is Team P4M. Teacher still trying to go for this agile movement. Has got a Groza to his name, but couldn't really get the knocks for himself. Oh my god, the retaliation from Pathetic Noobs, it's just so good.
He could have done a lot better with that goal down. He's coming in with that AKM. He's trying to use the wrist to his advantage and trying to get the knock down. But here you go. Dit coming in, getting the better of his opponent with that beautiful AKM shot. But Shanky looking to provide cover from a distance, managing to get that influential knock there. And I wonder if he's going to finish his opponents. Meanwhile, I love this feature where you can just pick up your teammate on your shoulder and take him into the zone.
Yeah, very realistic. I'm not really sure if I would do that. I don't want to enter into any battlegrounds, but if you were to get knocked down, I would pick you up on my shoulder because I can. But anyway, coming back to the game itself, we have got Team Elevate, 2 players still surviving, and yeah, they're still in a very bad situation. Once again, just look at the circle. It's just crossing the track and they need to make so much ground and knock finish. They're just waiting for the opportunity.
Well, I have to say Team Gunda, they don't have to do anything because the circle is in boot camp, but Aju would get knocked by falling from that height. Ripper the Great is doing a heal battle from ages now, Salty. I mean, he still got 11% to his name. You're a mistake, bro. He does not make any mistake whatsoever so far today. What a player.
Absolutely great play, but so far it's still rather peaceful times, especially from what we've seen in the early games, especially what we've seen in the first round itself. Your mistake, bro, just waiting for the opportunity where he can strike. He can get so many, he can get a plethora of finish points from this region if he just is patient. I love the fact that he's away from his teammates. Even if he gets taken down, there's nobody who would kind of hurt his teammates, but so far Team Elevate, they're still trying to cover the distance. They're still trying to sort of clean out the area that is their rest here and there.
Well, absolutely. I mean, they managed to get a lot of value out of finishes, but they're yet to get those position points to their
Yeah.
game. Meanwhile, if you talk about Mr. Spray from Walkouts, he is wrecking havocs, and the DKD just got eliminated at 11th position with 2 finishes to their name.
Oh my god, your mistake, bro. He's still searching for players coming in from the water bodies, but he's completely separate from his rest of his teammate. And you can see that they are sort of falling one by one. This is not good news as Yash White, he also falls down. He's also on his knees and he's not there to revive him. This is a bad news for Fearless Gunners, but we know that your mistake, bro, is individually capable of doing everything that his team needs to do. Heroes Official, on the other hand, they're still occupying the bootcamp area, and I believe this is where the circle is going to end. No, wait, the circle shifts!
Well, it always does. It's always a rarity to have a bootcamp circle in the final few zones, but meanwhile, if you have a look at Aim God, Heroes Official, he's spotted your mistake. Bro. He could have taken a shot there, but he missed out on that candy. He could have taken that.
Yeah, but Team Gunda from the back lines, I believe Team Gunda is also in bootcamp. So this is a rather interesting knock, or rather a very interesting knock and finish, I might say. But Team HB is also in the vicinity. They had to cover a lot of distance. They came in all the way from Sami as Ankit OP. I was also going to pronounce him Anki, but anyway, Ankit OP still going for the heels, and he had to cover so much ground as well. Now, all that remains for Team Gunda is to clean out Team INR right in front of them and move towards the zone itself. Pathetic move, sensational, trying to do something sensational, trying to gather the heals for himself, but the zone, the damage of it is just way too much. You spoke about heal battles, and here we probably have it.
We already witnessed a couple of heal
Yeah,
battles
we
there,
did.
but Ankit, with only 3 first aids to his name, and the zone is not that close to him, it is going to be really hard for him to enter the zone. Meanwhile, Heroes God would take out Taburar. Mr. Spray again would be the last man standing, but the last time Mr. Spray was alone, he managed to get a chicken there. But in Sanhok, it is going to be difficult, even though there's a lot of variety, lot of cover, a lot of
Oh no,
points, but
he's taking the Lambo.
well, he is.
This man got balls of steel as he's driving right across the battle zone. Gets out of the Lambo, but I'm not sure if he's going to survive. He's got the MK14 to work with, but right from top there's going to be Team Gunda who feasts upon his dead body. Turns him into a barbecue. Now Team INR, they still got those 4 players up and running. Team Gunda has got 4 players up and running. This turns out to be a battle between the Gundas. Who turns out to be the better Gunda? I have no idea.
Well, absolutely, but Heroes Official, they managed to get the zone in their favor, and with that zone, I think, you know what, you have the zone, you can get the chicken easily, you have the numbers game advantage in your favor, and they just need to do one thing, that is to gatekeep in this scenario, and they would get the chicken dinner.
Yeah, absolutely. Heroes Official just waiting for their perfect opportunity. The circle is right in their favor. They've got the hard cover to work with as well. You've got Team INR coming in from the background. They're the ones who've got to traverse all the distance. You've got INR coming into the mix as well. Both these teams, they are the ones who need to do all the heavy lifting for them.
Well, Team Gunda, they've been harboring a lot of smokes, I feel. They're here from the start, right? Bootcamp was the center of attraction from a long time now, and they're using the smokes to their use, but God is looking sharp and is looking to, I think, take the enemy down. He would take Adi down, and he would manage to get the finish as well.
Certainly. But so far, for them, it's about the maneuvers. So far, for them, it's about deploying the smokes and trying to cover the distance. God, all that he's got to do is deploy those nice little grenades. He's got one for himself, but he's looking for more. Pika taking a little bit of damage, and here it comes. The finishes start rolling in. For INR, they're just waiting for this fight to enroll. Team Gunda, once again, as you can see, Riz is on the move. Thunder is taking a little bit of the damage from the placement, but it's okay. It's a healthy trade-off as long as you're alive. This is good stuff. For Team Heroes Official, they're just waiting. They're Netflixing, chilling, because the entire action is unfolding right in front of them as they're just simply lobbing grenades.
Well, Pika from Team Gunda is doing the heal battle as Ice from INR. I mean, both teams are looking to do heal battles. They would love to get the second position out of this game, but Heroes Official, they have the numbers game advantage in their favor. But I still feel INR Thunder, if this nade can do some damage, he would be able to take the first position if they can take out Team Heroes Official.
Might be, but look at this. They're one with the nature. They're all reptiles. The floor is going to turn into lava pretty quickly as Pika heals himself up once again. He has the entirety of the vision. This is where he unleashes himself, gets one finish to his name, but that's about it. Thunder just surviving that grenade by a Blisker as he looks to move forward. Gets a knock for himself. His Creed is quite low on HP. He might get the finish to his name. Yes, he does. INR, he's the only one. He's rather the second one who's still surviving. Ice is the only one who has an entire responsibility on his shoulders right now. 3v1 is what we have in store, ladies and gentlemen. It's Team Heroes official right now. They've got all the confidence. They're looking for the final player. Ice from outside the circle looks to go in for the spray, but still hasn't spotted them. The spray connects a little, but he doesn't have any sort of meds to kind of heal himself up, and that is how the match is going to unfold. As Team Heroes official, they get the first win of it.
Well, again, the numbers give advantage, the zone advantage in their favor, and they managed to get a beautiful winner chicken dinner. But God, oh my God, the way he played was incredible with 4 finishes to his name. I think you need these kind of individual great, plays to get the better of your opponents, and they just did that.
Yeah, absolutely. Heroes official with 8 finishes, once again kind of displaying a consistent performance throughout this day so far. And I believe that they are kind of all set toward the top 4 that we are looking at.
Oh, I mean, that would be too early for me to say. But yes, they have played well in these 3 games. Walkouts also played well. They managed to get top 5 in all these 3 games. But I still believe 2 more games to go. Top 4 out of 16. It's not going to be that easy, Salty. But right now, let's have a look at points table and see how many points does Heroes official got. They managed to get 23 total points. Number 2, we have Team Gunda. They were the Gundas. They had the zone for a lot of time, and they managed to get 16 total points.
I love the fact that Team Gunda FTW could scavenge on a lot of these finishes right from the place where they were sitting and standing. I love the fact that they were just holding and just getting finishes to their name. They didn't have to maneuver a lot, and they were just doing some fine. Team INR official, even though they didn't find a lot of finish points in this game, I love the fact that their rotation and their movement is so good that they back those 12 placement points.
Well, absolutely. Now let's have a look at those teams who were not able to get any sort of points out of this one. Team UDOG India and Team Hope. I am now worried about them.
Yeah, same here to be honest, because Team Hope, they raised expectations, especially after the first map itself.
I mean, they have to do something. They are carrying my name.
You remember that meme, right? Where there's a guy holding a stake, you're like, just do something! Just do
something, please!
But again, ladies and gentlemen, we'll move on to the MVP, and it is going to be none other than God. And the way he kind of held that entire region to his name, I love the fact that the entirety of the Heroes official team was alive and kicking. They lost 1 player in the final or the penultimate circle, but most of them were alive and healthy. But God shined the most out of all of them with 4 finishes and 901 damage points. You've got your mistake, bro, once again in the top 5 players. This man has got to be one of the hottest properties of today.
Well, I have to say, I mean, you can't keep him away from top 5 players list. Meanwhile, blind, I think Team Elevate's Kala is also there. He played well. INR Thunder played well for his 2 finishes, but look at the damage, 630 to his name. And that's how you play. I mean, either you get a lot of finishes, either you cover for your teammates, and he managed to provide a lot of cover with those 2 assists for his teammates. Meanwhile, Team Gundas Sid is also there with 3 finishes to his name with a damage of 482.
Yep. Of course, every one of these 5 players, they were really, really good. But speaking of good, I feel like Team Heroes official, they've been on another level so far. The level of consistency in both their rotation as well as in their 4v4 fights, I feel like this team has sort of established dominance in today's game. We're going to have a look at the match summary, ladies and gentlemen, where we find ourselves with 9,000 plus healings. This is something which I did not really expect, especially in the map of Sanhok. We've seen approximately somewhere around 5,000 healings in round 1, but that escalates now. 54 knocks, 50 finishes, and Spiro, we've got 2 grenade finishes.
Yes, sir, it was great. It was a wonderful game, and finally some good old heal battle came into provision, and it seems like that the numbers are not going to get overrun, because we are going to the next segment, that is going to be FD performance graph.
Oh.
And all I see is a slum there. I mean, it's a village.
Yeah.
I was expecting some metropolis.
Yeah, it certainly is a village. We saw that transition happen from those high rises from Dubai to maybe these teeny tiny double story.
This is my town. This must be my town where I come from.
Oh, alright then. But even then, Heroes official, they did good. They are approximately around 1600 damage points with 8 finishes to the name. Decent stuff. Nothing too bad. So, Spiro, yeah, you can be happy with it. But squad spotlight. Now, you've got Team Beck for Mercy Esports with 4 finishes and 1,000 points of damage. Did pretty fine. I would say rather an average performance, but to kind of catapult them towards the top 4, it is going to be very, very difficult.
Well, it is going to be difficult, but they need to do something, right? A couple of games remaining, but let's pit two teams against each other. Team Gunda versus Team Fearless Gunners. Both managed to get 6 finishes to their name. But again, Team Gunda, they had the zone for a longer period of time. They managed to survive for 24 minutes and 32 seconds. And that is where you draw the line. That is where the difference comes into play.
Well, Fearless Gunners, once again, you've said this in the last game as well. They've got 6 finishes to their name, I believe, out of which 5 or 4 of them were done by your mistakes, bro. Now, I don't really want to say that this team is dependent on the services of one player very specifically, but I feel like your mistakes, bro. He's been the one who is pulling all the strings. He's the one who is going solo from the away from the rest of his teammates, and he's the one who is kind of doing all the job of gathering all the finish points for their name, which is fine to a certain extent. But when you're getting taken down or overpowered, where his main team is getting taken down, the rest of the players, I feel like that is sort of a little jarring to witness. But ladies and gentlemen, we'll have a look at the highlights where we find all these action unfold, and right off the get-go, Spiro.
Well, it was Sanhok, and we managed to get a lot of top clashes. It was beautiful. Meanwhile, MC Extreme, both of those teams were trying to bait him out, but in the end, Extreme was not able to survive that battle. Death was looking to be aggressive, but he was, decent in that one. He managed to get 1 finish to his name, but Team HP, the way they managed to set up that crossfire in the end, that was beautiful.
Yeah, it certainly was. And this is where you'll start to witness a third party coming in. Oh, we actually skipped that part. We move on to the mid-zone versus, I believe, Kalikaji fight, where Team Kalikaji didn't really... Kalkaji, pardon me for that. They didn't really put up a very dominant threat. Team HB once again returning back to them. They had sort of the advantage going in, but then Team Venom sort of gave up their momentum. Ujjwal trying to be a little too ambitious, and this is where Team Demon, Kayla, Dark, they come in from the backside. They're like, alright guys, you have the party, I'm gonna get some sweets for myself.
Well, I don't like sweets in a party, but that's okay. I like some salty stuff. Meanwhile, if you talk about the gameplay, I think B4M, they played decently. We saw that they managed to get some finishes, but they were not able to get the position points as per se, because, to be honest, Mr. Salty, I still feel that you need to have the balance.
Yep, you certainly need to have that balance, especially when the balance gives you stability to help you propel towards that top 4. Speaking of stability, these guys don't really have stability. They're the ones who are falling off the cliffs and like, I'm gonna finish my life, I'm gonna end my life. But this is exactly where I feel like Team Walkouts had a lot of damage done to them. I feel like Knock and Finish did extremely well in finishing these 2 players, but the way they kind of moved on from this fight wasn't really all that good. They should have dated much faster than they did so, but only 2 players surviving from Team Walkouts didn't really get to see the best of displays on the map of Sanhok.
But, after all these talk, they still managed to get the top 5 position for themselves. And that is why Walkouts, they have such a, beautiful team. They have experience and they use it well. In these kind of situations, when you lose a couple of players early on in the game, you still manage to get top 5. That shows how good of a team you are.
That actually speaks of experience, and I love this. Walkouts, even in times of adversity, this team always shines. But this is where your mistake, bro. Sort of, I felt like this is where he was in a very dicey position. He was all by his lone self, whereas the rest of the team, they're sort of getting shot at, they're sort of getting taken down by some other team. He could have helped them, especially with his gun power, especially with his individual capability. And when you've got 4 players surviving, it's always better than 1 player surviving, right? I kind of felt like your mistake, bro, can play a little with his teammates, but, well, that's for them to decide. Speaking of walkouts, Powali got some finishes to his name. Mr. Spray also did try to kind of survive, go for the same shenanigans that he did in Erangel. That was not allowed.
But to be honest, back-to-back good games coming in from Heroes Official. Of course, they have Powali, and we know Powali is a very, very experienced player. He is a veteran, and he knows how to play in these kind of Battle Royale games.
Yep, he certainly can. And here you can see Team INR. Once again, all of these players, they're just snakes lying around, just waiting to bite into someone's leg if they find themselves in the vicinity of it. But God suddenly finding himself in front of 2 of these players, and his UMP just goes bra as he completely abominates Team INR. I love what we got to see from Sanhok. I love what we got to see, especially in terms of we got to see heal battles, we got to see some snake action as well, we got to see some close range fights. Every single department that Sanhok sort of promises to deliver, it did.
It was a great game. I mean, to be honest, if you ask me, the players are under pressure. Of course,
Yeah,
it's a big
a lot.
stage, right? I mean, out of 256 teams, only 64 are going to go through. Out of these 16, only 4 are going to go through. So if you're not performing well, you're going to go down. But right now, we are going to have a small break. But before that, Salty, it is beautiful to cast with you.
It certainly is beautiful to cast with me, especially when there's a very beautiful person sitting right next to me. He's going to give me some dating tips right in this break itself. Bye-bye.
It's not about being like everyone else. It's about having your own destination. It's not about how you fit in. It's about the skin you choose to fit in. It's not about you belonging somewhere. It's about you belonging with your squad. Because everyone can be a player in Battlegrounds Mobile India. All new Battlegrounds Mobile India with new modes and maps. Let the battle begin. Download now.
जब कोर्ट पर बनी टीम ऑफ 5, छठे यार का दिल टूटा ऐसे जैसे टूटे कांच। क्योंकि अब से कोई नहीं होगा कभी भी लेफ्ट आउट। Battlegrounds Mobile India brings you the new 8v8 TDM mode. Let the action begin in Santorini.
ट्रेन और ट्रैक्स के छिचक के बीच अगर लोकल में बैठी टीम मुंबईज अपनी गेम पटरी पे ला रही है, तो बनारस की पतली गलियों में राजेश गेम में पतली गली पकड़ रहा है। थैंक्स टू सिमरन, उसके क्लैन के रैंक का कोई बाल भी बांका नहीं कर सकता। बड़ा बाजार में कैसा भी हो वाईफाई, पिंटू अपनी स्क्वाड को दे रहा है हाई फाई। और अरविंद उर्फ शार्प शूटर को है पता, द वन हु शोज द वे इज द रियल ताला। चार मीनार के पास एवरीबॉडी नोज ये सिंगल हीरो और 2 हाथ का गेम नहीं है। इरेंगल और मिरामार से भी बड़ा एक मैप है जहां हर कोई अपना रैंक पुश कर रहा है। बैटलग्राउंड्स मोबाइल इंडिया, इंडिया रैंक पुश कर रहा है यहाँ। आप हो कहाँ? डाउनलोड नाउ।
This car won't drive itself, right? Where to go, when to stop, read the map. अब ये सब तो इन गेम रीडर ही कर सकता है। And danger rarely announces itself. इसलिए आगे बढ़ने के लिए एक स्काउट भी जरूरी है। And without the fragger being there to wipe out the enemies, moving forward तो भूल ही जाओ। और फाइनली गाड़ी आगे बढ़ाने के लिए सिर्फ पहिए नहीं, जैक भी जरूरी है। कोई भी मैप हो और कोई भी रास्ता, जैक ऑफ ऑल ट्रेड्स के बिना टीम नहीं बनती। विदाउट यू एज द सपोर्ट ये गेम नहीं चलती। योर फ्रेंड्स आर वेटिंग फॉर यू ऑन द बैटलग्राउंड्स। फिर से अपने यारों के साथ चिकन डिनर करोगे, साथ मिलके रैंक पुश करोगे। बैटलग्राउंड्स मोबाइल इंडिया, डाउनलोड नाउ।
What's your biggest weakness?
My biggest weakness?
If I had to pick one,
I'd say that
my biggest weakness is
That I'm a real giver, you know. I give more than I should.
Are you going to keep all the loot for yourself, huh? We don't need glory hunters on the team.
I'm firing on all cylinders 100% of the time. gives others a huge complex. Arey bhai, can't find any guns here. I'll be toast if I have to carry on with this frying pan.
I'm too calm and composed for my own good. Nothing can rattle me. I'm in constant zen mode.
Beast mode, guys. Come on, let's go.
I scout kar rahe hain yaar.
Hello, respond.
I just can't push people against their will, you know. Even if it's for their own good. Seeing people uncomfortable just doesn't sit right with me.
अबे तुम रेड जोन के बाहर नहीं निकल सकते, कंफर्ट जोन के बाहर कैसे निकलोगे? चिकन डिनर के सपने भूल जाओ, तुम्हारी किस्मत में भूखा मरना लिखा है.
Pick the game, drop the act. All new Battlegrounds Mobile India with new modes and maps. Download now.
Chai, coffee, pakoda. Anything of those? Do you need them? I guess you probably had them. That was probably the best break opening that I've done so far.
And I was starting to ponder if you were kind of trying out your luck with selling pakoras
That's an
after
alternate.
our careers are over. I'm
Yeah.
surely going to be your first customer. That is something I can attest to. But I think it has been such a wonderful evening so far, right? With Heroes officials pulling off back-to-back. Now, this is where it really gets exciting. Like you guys have been discussing about Team Hope. Certainly, they need a lot of luck now.
Yeah, I'm sure Spiro can't really help.
I think it's the Spiro curse. What do you have to say?
I think it is. I think it is. Had there been Spiro on the Hindi desk, probably they could have performed wonders.
Yeah, probably, because he'd been making those predictions. Like, hey, fixes, Hatin is where the circle. Like, wait a second. That's not where it gets over. But now I think it's time to take a look at the matchups. Now, few of the teams, I believe, Salty, have been really interesting, right? Heroes officials definitely living up to their name. We've got the boys from Walkouts being very consistent. But at this point, you start to wonder if, the other teams that are sort of under the bottom 8, just struggling, do they have a chance to make a comeback?
It's very hard. It's match 4 right now, right? You need 2 miracles. Especially, had this been top 8, I would have said that, they do have an opportunity. But top 4 is a very hard cut, especially when teams are getting those 20 bombers for themselves, the 30 bombers for themselves up and running. They kind of build up that huge lead up top. Especially, I'm pretty sure Heroes officials, they've got a bomber of a lead to kind of go with it. But speaking of bombs, I feel like we have one very hot property right now in this lobby so far, and that is going to be your mistakes, bro. Your mistake, bro.
Yeah, your mistakes, bro, I think has particularly been my pick of the evening, the way this lad has been playing. I'm pretty sure, if a lot of scouts are watching out, I think he's going to be one of your favorite picks to be going out for the next season. As we take a look at the cinematographic shots of Miramar, so beautiful is what I can say. I mean, I think this is where you've got to give kudos to the production for trying to, pull off the right angles, because, suddenly you see such a huge light. I was like, wait a second, where was this? and they've kind of figured it out. But yeah, I think Miramar again being one of those maps where we had the circle going a little down south. We thought we're going to see something happening around La Bendita, but that was not the case. It kind of went towards the southeastern parts of Picado. And what I'm really loving about Heroes officials is they're not really counting their chickens too early, right? They're making sure that they kind of have themselves a little good cover, not stepping out, not making those unwanted, hasty mistakes that I think on certain occasions walkouts have done quite a lot.
Walkouts and their general trend of play has been very interesting to me. They don't engage into battles right from the start of it all. In spite of all the experience they have, they always find themselves in the final circles. Doesn't really matter if they've got finishes to go along with it or not.
Oh yeah, certainly. Because we're finding two different styles of play. Now walkouts, they kind of be the kindergarten bullies, right? That we have inside. Just going after every single player they spot out for. They're not shying away from battles. Where we have got Heroes, the more composed team, just waiting it out, letting the play zone sort of simmer down a little bit, and that is when they know that this is the time to strike, and then they hit the hammer when it is hot. As ladies and gentlemen, talking about Heroes, we've got Powali, and I love that artwork on his hands. And have you ever planned to get a tattoo for yourself?
Yeah, I obviously will once my bicep is a little bigger than what it is right now.
Such a sellout, man. Such a sellout. I've got to give you this, Salty, as the flight path trajectory. Oh, this is a critical one. This is a crucial one because one of the Miramar games that really counts, and it's very inclined towards that eastern side. From Los Leones towards Torre Omoda, we're going to witness a lot of early vehicle collisions, I believe.
We might. Teams would want to go on the western edge of the map, and that is exactly where the gold mine lies. You don't really want to be a part of the action that might happen on the eastern edge of it so far. But again, we need to wait for the circle to kind of decide where the teams are going to drive towards. Mostly they're going to drop and glide towards their preferred locations.
Yeah.
But once the grocery shopping is done, they got to move on.
Now this is where I'm starting to wonder, where is the circle going to form? If it's going to go all the way towards the western side, then it's going to get so much more spicy. Just like my Hyderabadi biryani that I really love. But now, taking a look at the teams, we're seeing that little splash around the center lines, right?
Oh, whoa! Hyderabadi biryani and spice. Sprinkle some salt in it as well, because the circle, a little part of it, probably 20% of it is completely outside the map.
Oh God!
Does not even overlap the flight path.
Okay, now this is where all these teams are caught off guard, right? Nobody did anticipate something like that. And this is something that we haven't seen quite often, right? Such ridiculous western circles when you've got a flight path going from the eastern side. This is something that, you're supposed to anticipate, let's say, in maps like maybe Erangel sometimes, or rather most of the times in Vikendi. But in Miramar, it makes things so much more interesting. Now, the biggest questions over here, Salty, I think, is one. Now, teams have to make a decision, a hard decision. Are they going to try to change their drop and go towards the western side early on, get that high ground? Or are they going to stick to basics, take the vehicles, then get to their drop location, then start their loot, and then make their movement into the circle? Which one would you really prefer at this point?
I would say just get your shopping done quite early and go on the move, because again, if you speak of hard covers and compounds on the other side of the map itself, apart from El Pozo and Monte Nuevo, I feel like there isn't really a lot of compounds that you can occupy. There is no evidence, because I don't have any prior statistic of this circle forming, so I have no clue where this circle is going to end towards. But if you don't get those hard covers early on, I feel like it is going to be exponentially more difficult, especially when the final circles close in.
I really love how walkouts have positioned themselves at Chumacera, right?
Yeah.
Now, considering you've been at that position, you get that little bit of a high ground, you can steer off all the fights, and even if the circle forms, let's say, around Monte Nuevo, around the eastern sides of Monte Nuevo, which I am kind of predicting, right? Somewhere around, Monte Nuevo, around that southeastern side also is a high probability, considering how the circle has panned out so much towards the western. So we're going to look at those gradual eastern shifts once the curveball starts hitting it. But this is when, if we have that map feed in front of us, that is where we kind of tend to know, right? That so many teams are just clustered up onto that eastern side. They've got to take those longer rotations. They just can't go head in, because there's going to be someone or the other who's going to be keeping the zone.
Yeah, absolutely. The BGMI gods for now, for example. There's something wrong with your biryani fixes. I am telling you. You're offering them to certain gods who are listening to you, and every time you mention it, your prediction just comes out to be absurdly right. I don't know what's wrong with you, my man.
Maybe next time try biryani instead of salad, Salty. that could certainly help. Or maybe chicken salad. That works out. Does not contribute a lot though, because the sort of chickens that I've been having, they're purely shawarmas. They contain a lot of chicken, a lot of protein. So you've got to make sure.
Cheese.
Yeah, a lot of cheese, a lot of mayos. Something that, increases my curves a little bit to flaunt in front of everyone. But yeah, Mid-Zone Esports for the win. Certainly haven't been playing for the win, are they?
They've had their good times, they've had their bad times, as they're mostly bad. Still looking forward that big chicken that they always look forward. I especially was very interested in watching this team play, because we saw them in round 1, we saw them perform, and we saw that this team is a very versatile unit. They can function very well together, but when it came to performing on the biggest stage in round 2, that is where they sort of are fumbling. In fact, most of the teams are sort of, I wouldn't say fumbling. Are they choking under the pressure?
I think it's about just being mediocre, right?
Yeah.
Mid-zone, they're liking to keep things around the middle. Well, that worked out in round number 1, where we had the top 8 qualifying. But, when you head into round 2, you've got that a huge steep climb that you have to make. You have to get those chicken dinners, man. And that is something that they've been missing out and have been bearing with the brunt of it. But still, you know, we have hope, right? 2 games. Imagine, you know, just coming out, all guns blazing, 2 chicken dinners with 10 finishes to their name, and there's a slight possibility, and that has had to do a lot with how the point standings really go, right? You know, finishes being prioritized, getting 1 finish off there. But this team certainly has been one of my favorites for the evening, right? Making sure they're in the top 3 every single time. Now, Sanhok is something that, you know, we can keep aside, but still, they've kept themselves in the fray. One of the teams that I think that we are all going to witness in round number 3 as well.
Most probably they will, because see, they've been really on top in terms of those finish points. They are really good in terms of placement points as well. Once again, in this situation, they're playing that's a 1-3 split where one guy is just moving ahead, trying to scout all the locations. I can hear some sort of shots being fired at right now. I believe it is towards the northwestern side, northeastern side of Picado itself, just waiting to figure out. Yes, it is Team Elevate, I believe, versus Team Gunda.
Now, I think, you know, we've got to talk about this team also. Now, once they came in, we really had high hopes from them, right? Being a sister squad of one of the famous lineups that we are aware of. Now, they have, I think, parted ways, I believe. You know, we've got Tony, we've got Kalan, Flash, and Trillo. They've again been somewhere, you know, middle around the pack. Now, the first game was really nice, where they got something around 7 finishes, but that was just it, right? I did not see a lot out of them. Something like what happened with Team Hope. They started really well, but they kind of tend to gas out pretty early. And you know, in these 5 games, you've got, it's like a sprint, not a not a lap race where you're gonna think that, you know, you play racing in F1. And well, we'll talk about that a little bit later. I'm not a huge fan of Verstappen though, but Mr. Spray in the mix as IGL. Wow, this is really good. Now, Abrar was ensuring that he provides that cover fire from behind, even with Yuva also helping him out. And this is what I love about walkouts. Now, they know that they have gotten that first knock. They smell blood, and now here they are collecting these finishes.
Very ambitious, collecting the finish and falling back. I love the fact that they don't really have to engage against the entirety of Demon Killer Dark so far, because the rest of the team, they've sort of fallen back. But look at Abrar, this man is hot on the tails, but they're quite low. They're quite low towards the city side of things. They get this nice little vantage point for themselves. Anti walkouts, for them it's a good start. Once again, we know this is their preferred map. They always tend to be very aggressive, especially when they smell blood, just like you mentioned. They've gotten that right kind of start as well. For Demon Killer Dark, they've got to recover from what has.
Oh, they certainly have to. And for Demon Killer Dark, I think it was again the first game that looked really enticing. I really thought, you know, this is where we're going to start hoping bigger things from them. And has been the same storyline, where like the rest as Team HB. They certainly haven't made any sort of a mark throughout the day, have they?
Not really. Still waiting for that one big chicken, just like I always say. If you get the big chicken, or if you get that 10 finish points to your name, that is exactly when you start asserting dominance over the entire lobby. Something which Team Heroes have done, something which Team Walkouts have done, something which Team INR have done. There are a few names who are yet to kind of shine, and I can see one in my feed as well. U-Dog India. I really want to discuss. What do you think fixes? What is the problem that they are facing right now?
A lot. You know, especially they look a lot underconfident, under the weather while they're engaging in fights. One of the primary issues is them losing out on a lot of players early on, right? While they're trying to traverse around. Now, if you take a comparison, or rather draw a comparison of how they played on round 1, you remember, right? All those good top 3 finishes that they had. The first one starting off, it was Sultan who was delivering for him, right? For them. And he was the one who was surviving till the very last. And that one, Chicken Dinner, I believe, was in Sanhok, where they kind of looked really comfortable, that got them through. But it's not every time that's going to work out, right? Now, we've had this similar discussion with Spiro as well. You know, one of your players can make sure you're winning a few games, but he cannot ensure your championship title contention. So that has sort of been the case. But I really like how Heroes officials have been playing, right? Now on a hat trick. Now, this is where I'm starting to, you know, think if it's really going at the back of their minds to get that hat trick going in for the BMOC, it's going to be a little iconic for them, and I would love to see if they can manage to pull it off. But for now, we've got the players of Team INR just peppering down a few bullets, trying to connect or try and destroy their vehicles. I think that is their initial intention, because again, in a map like Miramar, if you sort of tend to take out the mobility, then that really works out in your favor.
Especially in a circle like this, where you've got a lot of distance to traverse. But once again, you can see from our map feed, which obviously the audience don't have access to, feeling a little exclusive right now. But yeah, most of the teams, they're still on the move and not inside the zone itself. But the ones who are in, they tend to be more disciplined, tend to be a little close to themselves as well. They don't really want to engage against fight. They don't really want to pick any fights with their neighbors. Just have a little Cold War.
Yeah.
Yes, of course, ladies and gentlemen, I guess production has heard me and they want to snatch away my exclusivity.
They're like, no, Salty, no, we're not gonna let you have the luxury of viewing the map feed all to yourself, as it was needed. Right now, this is what I was talking about. The zone kind of shifting and playing a little bit around Monte Nuevo, La Drillera, and has that little I do not know, man. At this point, I'm starting to have this gut feeling that it might go a little west, and if it does, it's going to be one of the rarest circles that we have seen in Miramar. I mean, we've seen southern circles. I've even seen circles go down south completely towards Los Igos. We've seen all those circles. I've seen a ridiculous amount of circles if you talk about Miramar. But if it goes towards the western side, the borders, then that is where it is all going to change. I'm starting to wonder if the teams are aware of the topography, as a little bit of a collision is right in front of us. B4M waiting for the players of Kalkaji Esports, who haven't really been prominent today in all the games that they have played.
Yeah, it also kind of comes down to confidence, how confident you are. But wait, a circle shift,
Thank
not
God.
towards the western side, towards La Drillera. I still can't pronounce that name perfectly because
La Drillera.
Ladrillera.
I mean, we're all learning new things new day, right? The other day I did not know Chipotle and I was pronouncing it as Chipotle. So, you know, corrections have been made. It's all right. But for now, Mid-Zone Esports for the win. You've got them, you know, really vying, really looking out for that chicken dinner. And for now, it's free space movement for them, you know, just around the southern peripheries of the circle. They have a good spot to hold on to. But this is where I still have that little hope somewhere deep down that it's going to go a little towards the west, as now Hero have started to get a lot of confidence, you know, trying to play a little bit around, like how walkouts have been, as Puvali gets a knock on towards Rage. And I think the confirmation is going to come in anytime soon, as they've managed to get 2 finishes to the name already.
Yep, and they're looking for more. Rage, of course, on his knees. His finish will be confirmed in no time. I love the fact that Heroes official, in spite of the rough terrain, they've got the initial advantage up and running. They've got the warehouse to their name as well, and now they can sort of kind of spread themselves up in this region. But this is a teeny tiny little away from the circle itself, so they need to keep pressing forward and find themselves some prominent real estate. But elsewhere, we're having collisions as well. You can see from the finish feed, you've got Yuva OP up against Goblin. Now Goblin, I'm not really sure how he's reacting. I hope we get towards that fight as soon as possible, because I don't want to miss out any action.
Oh, we certainly do not. But for now, we can see the players of Knock finish. Goblin getting that rest back up. Certainly has to channel some powers or spirits of Soul Goblin, who apparently has been one of the hottest property in the game right now, right? A player that everyone's sort of been looking out for. And Goblin I'm starting to wonder if it is an inspired name or is it something that he had picked up pretty early on, as UDog finally get themselves into the fray with Sultan opening it up. Now, for all the viewers out there, we have the luxuries of the map feed again. I must say, and I must point it out that, UDog have been fighting, or rather playing around the peripheries of the western lines, right? They are the ones believing that the circle is going to take a transition towards the west, and that could be the game where they can pull off a comeback. But with Kalan, he's got a bolt action. I'm wondering what scope he's got to play around with.
If he got that 8 times, I'm pretty sure Sultan needs to take proper care of his helmet. Otherwise, it might get blown off pretty quickly. But again, just like you mentioned, playing off the periphery of the map, a little bit of a risky maneuver, considering the fact that we don't really have real estate. But speaking of it, we've got a fight for ourselves in our hands, ladies and gentlemen, as Team HB are on the trigger against Team Gunda. Now, Gunda, they've got the topography, they've got the ridge to play around. But Team HB, I believe they are in a better position, especially with all those ARs and the scopes that they've got. The circle shifts towards a knot, a little towards a knot, which kind of is going to cause problems towards the entire chunk that you can see from the south. Most of them have to rotate. But look at the number of compound there is. I believe this is going to be a pretty open circle. This is the scene with the entirety of Miramar, but again, this, with the topography that we can see, especially with the 2 different levels of land, it is going to make things exponentially more difficult.
I believe this is a walkout's game to lose, right? Considering how quickly they've taken that higher ground and are now holding on to. Now they've got a really good spread. So a lot of inputs, a lot of information is going to be definitely imparted by every single player. But at this point, you're going to start wondering if they have enough loot to their name. But INR, I was starting to hope if their exit routes have been blocked over here. But it's all fine. It's all A-OK for them as Team Elevate. They find themselves in a whole world of trouble as Kalan seems to be the lonesome survivor out there, as he's going to engage against the players of UDog, and Crazy is going to put the final nail in the coffin as Sultan has been eliminated. Klaus is going to get himself back up as the zone, the circle, the teams, everyone is starting to congregate pretty soon, as we've got the players over here of Kalkaji Esports taking the fight right at the faces of mid-zone and inflicting some heavy casualties to them.
Yep, certainly a lot of damage being dealt. Kalkaji just holding their ground. I feel like they've got a good position that they can sort of hold and wait for the opposition to come in. Now, I don't believe there is somebody right behind them in their back lines. I can see one small little yellow dot in the minimap waiting to figure out which team it is. But right in front of them, there is Team INR, just like you mentioned. But they're way far ahead. I don't believe there is any compulsion. Thunder trying to go in for a flank sort of gives in some sort of information of what its intentions are. Probably looking for those finish points that lie in the shack itself, especially with walkouts right on top. And Yova gets taken down. Heroes Official are on the move, and I believe are on the trigger against them.
It's going to be really interesting considering, the position that Heroes Officials are holding on to now. This is what I was talking about right now. They've been surrounded by a plethora of teams. Now, you've got the Venom Strikers looking forward to strike any single moment now. Even the Gunners can chime in any single moment, as Nitin, he's trying to lob those grenades up above, but hasn't really found his mark, right? With Creed trying to provide that cover fire from down below. Somewhere down the line, Nitin has to make that move. And this is where it sort of gets a little dicey, as Team Hope, again, ladies and gentlemen, getting eliminated at the 15th spot. And now Demon Killer Dark. Now they're in a whole world of trouble with Nitin, just the lonesome player surviving. The chances of making it to the top 4 seems to be dwindling away, Salty.
It's fading. Certainly, just like life of Nitin fading away in front of my eyes. That nade almost took him down. 50% HP for this man, but I love what Heroes Official are doing. They've got the high ground for themselves. They've got the bird's eye view, and they know exactly where the shots are going to come from. But speaking of shots, Yuva lands him on top of Powali and kind of returning back the favor, because Yuva was the one who was taken down by you, Heroes Official. This is sort of a love and hate relationship that is going on between these two teams who are in top of the 2 different cliffs inside the circle, and I love this already. The little challenges that go on, that little healthy banter that is happening in between a game itself. This is so good to watch.
Look at that. In the meanwhile, Shanky just getting quite a lot of finishes to his name. But this is what I was talking about, ladies and gentlemen. A shift towards the western side. And here it is, all happening in BMOC. Now, this is where, I have to start questioning Puwali. Why on earth was he getting so complacent? He knew that team Walkouts had that upper ground, really good altitude to work around with. Now just was coming out in the open with his pants down, trying to take shots elsewhere. Had he had a few covers, few smokes towards his left, could have been a different story altogether. But seems he's had to pay that heavy price. But this is where, again, Walkouts are still in such a good position, man. Now this is where they're going to start accumulating all those finishes to their name. Now with the players of Hero Official struggling, I mean, God, is he even going to make it inside the circle? It's too bit soon already as Aim God gets picked off in one after the other. Such an early exit, so much for getting that hat-trick salty.
Heroes Official, they were in such a good position, but then suddenly the entire team crashes down. It's Mayday as they get completely thrown off the server. Team Demon Killer Dark, though, they're still on the move. Nithin is still high in his hopes. Shanky going in for the knock. Shooter still survives as he's going to collect all the finishes. Dare from behind, still trying to put some sort of retaliation. But have a look at this. Demon Killer Dark, they've been completely wiped out. And Team INR, they're still surviving. They can still get all their players up and running, and they can move inside the circle, but it's heavily guarded. Look at the periphery now, minimap. It's being guarded by red, green, blue, and all of the shots are going to come in from Team HB as some players are going to get finished. Ice as well as Thunder, both of them are down.
Everyone sort of trying to root in to get inside the circle, but it's going to be such a tough task, rather considering how well spread out the players of Walkouts are. Now look at Beard Baba, look at Mr. Spray's position. How on earth is INR going to have their work cut out as Thunder? He's taking quite some hefty amount of damage. Eventually will succumb to his injuries as INR will get that final finish point to their name. With just Shooter alive, it's going to be even a difficult task for them to make it safely. But this is again one of those games that UDOG have been longing for, right? This is one of the games that they have to hit the hammer, have to put the pedal to the metal, have to get that chicken dinner. Otherwise, the journey in the BMOC seems to be, coming to a very, very bad end.
Yeah. Still looking forward to the 6th iteration of the circle. Once again a shift. UDOG needs some distance that need to traverse. Right in front of them is a knock and finish, and as you can see, Daniel has been knocked out. Now these are tough times for UDOG because they only have 3 players left with a lot of distance to cover, and with so much presence right next to them, it is going to be much of an impossible task, especially with fearless gunners. They've got a nice topography to work with. They've got that vantage point, especially once again with Your Mistake, bro, who is playing in a 1-3 split. Once again, might be a bit mistake, but if he can clutches out, if he is in a good flank angle, if he is a good lurk, then it can be a beautiful play by Fearless Gunners.
I'm really liking Mad Boy's position, who's on the flank, right? Just holding off the players of Walkouts. But Your Mistake Bros seems to have spotted down his target. He's going to deal some substantial amount of damage towards Yuva, who's just begging, yearning for help. Someone to come in and get that rest back up. As knock finished, they're trying to traverse around, trying to get in, calculating their rotations over here. But seems to have dug their own graves with...
oh my god.
Reaper the Great almost getting taken down. Your Mistake, bro. This is where he wants to step out of his cover. This is where he wants to go all guns blazing as a Brar. He's going to be tossing this grenade. It is going to get a few knocks for sure. Is that a grenade even?
That was lava. That was a Molotov. But here you can see Team Knock and Finish. They've got some sort of race to play along with Walkouts. This is their big task. Mr. Spray once again in the back lines. He's got Shub, who might cause some problems for him, but I love the fact that Walkouts, they're not treading more out of their comfort zone. They're inviting Knock and Finish to take the fight to them. They're the ones who are deeper inside the circle, and they don't need to move all that much. Being agile, but having your cover right in front of you is going to be the key for them. Elsewhere, we've got knocks happening. Klaus once again kind of succumbing to the brilliance. Here we have as the M249, or rather the Groza, pardon me for that, it goes bra. And another player falls down to his grave.
And it's not the first time that he's pulling it off, but we'll gotta talk about that a little bit later as Mr. Spray. I do not know how he survived not any longer. Shub, he's gonna get that knock secured for himself. A grenade being tossed at Beard Baba's direction, trying to get the better out of the players. Have taken a hefty amount of damage though. As Shubh, he's going to be making that move. He's going to try and get to the flank, but he's going to do it really quickly because this is where I believe the players of Walkouts are at the weakest. And him sort of resigning, not really going for it. Oh, I do not like his chances anymore.
It's a tag team effort between Knock and Finish and Kalkaji Esports. If Shubh as well as the entirety of Knock and Finish can press them from two different directions simultaneously, it would be game over, lights out for Walkouts, and that is exactly that they are praying for. Look at this, Fearless Gunners, they've got such a nice terrain for themselves. They've got such a nice spread out, especially with Your Mistake Bro in the backlines. This is where he's starting to support his teammates. No, wait, he's actually starting to peek from the back of that cliff, and here he's gonna find Arju here as well. Now Knock and Finish. Would this split work out for them? I am not sure. Both of them are playing with fire, especially with Your Mistake Bro. He's got some cover fire to deal with as well. A lot of damage dealt, and this is where he's gonna succumb to the brilliance of Arju. Knock and Finish. They're doing a phenomenal job so far, but can they continue the momentum? Can they ride the tide to finish this game, Fixes?
It's going to be so dicey over here, considering, you know, Your Mistake Bro. I really hope bigger things from him. Did not have to show his back to the enemies, especially when they were really chasing. And Knock and Finish, their rotations that they've carried out are really working out in their favor as Fearless Gunners. This could be the game. This could be the game that they were looking out for. Could fancy themselves a chicken dinner at this point, with Walkouts being the bystanders, just watching from afar, letting these two teams fight it out. As Mad Boy, he's spotting it all. He's collecting all that crucial information as Beard Baba gets a knock on Sad Shanky, but still he is not yet firing.
How are they oblivious to his position? I have no freaking clue. But ladies and gentlemen, have a look at this. Mad Boy goes forward, but what a response from Beard Baba as he takes down one of the players. Now he's going to resurrect his own. This is extremely important for Walkouts to keep the man advantage up and running. Once again, the 7th circle, and you can see both these two teams, Knock and Finish as well as Fearless Gunners, they're very in close proximity to each other. 4v2 is what we have for us, but Your Mistake Bro, he's individually capable of completely abominating Knock and Finish. And entirety of Walkouts, they're just gonna sit and watch this.
They're just gonna play the circle, you know, right now, just chilling is what the mantra is. But for now, you know, for Walkouts, I do not know. They're certainly playing with fire and still have managed to get both of their players back up. Now this is where they're going to make the move with Ripper the Great, having that perfect TPP angle, but no one's paying heed to Abrar making this rush coming in. Ripper the Great finally has the slight idea.
Abrar?
Fine steps out of the cover, but Abrar has made it really close. Finally steps out. This is a disaster as KF, they are going to be punishing him for all these subtle crimes that he's committed, and it all comes down to Mr. Spray. The big question over here, Salty, is can he repeat it again?
But for that, once again, he needs to be oblivious. His opponents needs to be oblivious of his position. Meanwhile, as they go in for the battle against Fearless Gunners, but none of these two teams decide to engage. I believe they want to take down Mr. Spray first because both of them are aware of his positioning. Abrar, that was a disaster of a play that we got to see. Had it been a 2v3v2 affair, I believe this could have been so much easier for Team Walkouts, but that's not the case so far. Your Mistake Bro as well as Yash Whitey, just waiting and waiting. Just have a look at the patience on these guys. Beard Baba, of course, gets taken down, but of course, position for Mr. Spray being given out. Is it a healthy trade-off, Fixes?
At this point, you know, like you said, the position's being given out. I'm pretty sure Mr. Spray, he's going to have such a tough time getting inside the circle. With Knock and Finish, no one would have ever thought, you know, 10 minutes earlier that they are going to be the ones going to be vying out for the chicken. But really, those mistakes being made when you especially know where your enemy is and you're just kind of trying to take that ledge on and climbing it off. But Mr. Spray, he's going to be kind of playing that patience game with Your Mistake Bro. Trying to get a little greedy, trying to spot him out, but Mr. Spray giving his finish away to the play zone. Now this comes down to a 2v4 as Fearless Gunners would want to spread out, as I'm wondering that if they do have any grenades at all. If they do, then I think they have a standing chance at getting this chicken.
if the circle forces Knock and Finish to come out of this compound, it is going to be disastrous, especially with the kind of position your mistake bro has got for himself. Right at the center, has got a huge rock for himself. I love the balls on this man. This man has so much courage that he finds the best of locations. And here it is. The circle is starting to shrink. Knock and Finish. They've got to move. Yash Whitey is just waiting for the opportunity. As soon as these players are going to slip out of their door, the bullets are going to be showered. And I'm waiting for that lead rain. Let it rain. Let it rain. The circle takes down the better of Yash Whitey. Your mistake, bro. Needs to pull off a 1v4. Tries to go in for the first knock, but he gets completely overwhelmed as Knock and Finish. They get the first winner chicken dinner to the name on the land of the deserts with 7 finishes. But look at whom we have next. Second is Fearless Gunners with 9 and Walkouts with 11. Has been a frag fest so far.
Again, one of the consistent performance coming in from Walkouts, which I really thought could have been their game to lose. But the way the circles played out with our hearts, I have to give it to these lads, right? Knock Finish. They made that really bold rotation when you had the players of Fearless Gunners sort of holding on to those compounds. And then they kind of went back, which I do not understand why. But I think, ladies and gentlemen, it's time to take a look at the point standings. Knock Finish, they have completely turned the tides over, getting a chicken dinner at such an important phase of this tournament right now with just one game to go. Now, they're also one of the strongest contenders to kind of fight it out for the top 4. What do you think?
Maybe. I'm not someone who crunches a lot of numbers, but I've seen a certain pattern. Top 3, they've always established their dominance, especially with their finish point. Have a look at this. Walkouts once again with 11 and 10. Now, had you asked me about Walkouts, had you asked me about INR, I would have said that, alright, these are 2 teams who might be inside the top 4. Knock and Finish, it is an iffy game for them so far because there will be a lot of teams still fighting for that 4th spot. I believe the top 3 is sort of solidified so far. The 4th spot would be in contention for a lot of teams.
And you said you were bad with numbers, so I'm starting to have trust issues already with you, Salty. But, you know, as we move along to the bottom half of the table, of course, this is where things haven't clearly been working out for Team Elevate, even Demon Ki Ladakh. Now, this is one of the teams that, started off really well. They were everywhere. They were getting themselves into fights, and sometimes it was just too much for them to handle. Now, again, one of those, rather famous teams, or the OGs, as a lot of people like to call, B4M. They haven't been pretty good today. But for Heroes officials, I think we can excuse them for this one match. You get to have that bad game. They have covered it up. But for the others, I'm starting to have really bad ideas.
Yeah, but ladies and gentlemen, we'll have a look at the most valuable player from the desert itself. And from Fearless Gunners, I feel like this guy, Sad Shanky. There was a point when this man was dominating the entirety of the finish phase. This man was wreaking havoc. He was going on a rampage. 5 finishes to his name with almost 1,000 damage. It seems like this man is boasting stats of an entire team himself.
Oh, he certainly is, right? Sad Shanky, finally, there was a point where we were starting to feel that he was getting overshadowed by how your mistake bro has been playing.
Yeah.
So I think it's such a right limelight to gain at this particular point. But they did whatever they could, right, towards the very end. It did not work out for them. But here we have it, ladies and gentlemen, the top 5 players. Beard Baba finally getting himself into the mix, right? Getting into the top 2, at least for this time. As we take a look at the match summary. And I'm starting to ponder, alright, the healing numbers are pretty much similar compared to what we had in the first game of Miramar. And look at the conversion again with those grenades being tossed in the finishes that we have.
You know what? I feel like the impact of grenades is more to kind of shake you up, more than dealing giving yourself a finish. I feel like it's about kind of shaking up your opposition so that you can create that opening.
Yeah.
But of course, 3 grenade finishes still a healthy number. I feel you've got that same number of healings as well. I believe it was around 9,000 in the map of Sanhok, but it is a healthy decline. You want to have that. 2 airdrops looted. We haven't really seen a lot of airdrops being looted apart from a couple of few in a few maps here and there, but teams kind of generally tend to stay away from
Sad Shanky. It was Sad Shanky and his Groza everywhere over the map. Clutched it out even towards the end, got the better out of a lot of teams. As we take a look at the FT Craft, and feels like we are in Mumbai, right? You've got those high-rise buildings, then you have the slums. It's such a distinctive demarcation, man. Like this is for the first time that we're sort of witnessing things like this. But as we take a look at a squad spotlight coming out here for one of the most consistent teams that we have in the lobby. They dominated round 1, and here they are carrying forward with the domination in this 11 finishes to their name, 2000 plus points of damage. This team has been impressive.
Yeah. But ladies and gentlemen, have a look at the squad face-off that is coming up front for us. You've got Team INR official versus Knock and Finish. Now once again, this is just for the map of Miramar. 7 finishes for... Wait, is this for the map of Miramar? Did Team INR official get 7 finishes? I'm kind of... Alright.
I think Shooter had a really instrumental role to play, and INR again has been one of the most consistent teams today that we have. And Knock Finish finally finding that little space, that little opportunity. And I really feel the moment they carried on with that one rotation, that is where it was such a ballsy decision to be made, right? This is where I was starting to wonder, what on earth was Your Mistake Bro doing there? I really had huge expectations. I really thought he's gonna connect, but at the same time, he did not overcommit, which is a good thing to do considering how they've been playing. A top 3 finish is really nice. As ladies and gentlemen, we head into the highlights, as I think walkouts were off to a really good start. They had a really good cover of how they had taken over the circle, a huge vantage point, a lot of altitude to play around with, and was sort of denied that chicken dinner only to the fact that the circle shifted all the way towards the western side.
Yeah, exactly, and also to the fact that Abrar kind of had an adrenaline rush over there, decides to kind of push it all into Knock and Finish. But again, there were certain teams who were showing a lot of promise. Kalkaji could not really show up the entire day, I feel like.
I mean, Kalkaji, there was a few moments of brilliance, right? A few of these. And they kind of tend to thrive when a fight comes right at them. They're the ones that they really need to work around on how to engage in fights rather. Especially when you're looking at going into the more difficult levels, heading into round 3. I think the journey is pretty much over by now. It's them, trying to go all out in the final game. One last hurrah, one last roller coaster ride before it all comes to an end. But yeah, I think Team INR, they did whatever they could towards the very end. Just put it out for pathetic noobs who I'm not going to be really critical about them. They've been living up to their name is something that I would resign from saying. But yeah, I think
good cover up.
Yeah, I know how to do that. But again, heading into this matchup, right, we were sort of starting to speculate, right, Salty, whether the circle is going down towards the western side. And it indeed did, man. And this is where so many teams were having trouble, because not a lot of circles have been witnessed around those western areas, especially out of Mountain, where was going so much towards that western side. I was kind of baffled for a bit.
Yeah, exactly. And even I didn't know how to pronounce that name as well, dude. But I've sort of practiced it. Ladrillera, if I pronounce it right. Ladrillera.
I think Spiro can tell us more about it. He's one of those Latin guys who's been taking those Spanish classes so much for love.
Absolutely. For me, the tongue movement is a bit difficult, so that is one of the reasons why I'm kind of having trouble pronouncing the name. Hopefully, we get to see more circles so that I can practice it more. But ladies and gentlemen, Fearless Gunners, they were certainly on the move, and this is where they kind of hurt Team Walkout real bad. Now, the recovery was good. Beard Baba, especially in this occasion, buys time for his team, gets those man back up as well. But he couldn't really progress any further, because by the time he gets those players up and running, the compound was already occupied.
Yeah, indeed. Now, with this little one is, I think it was a misclick. He never intended to do that. And ideally, because these players are very experienced, right? We've seen them in the toughest of the lobbies, still tending to dominate. And suddenly you come in and these sort of mistakes, are sort of treated as cardinal sins, right? This is where I really felt, what the intention was with Your Mistake Bro and Yash was to try and create that little bit of a cover fire, crossfire between each other. Let the players of Knock Finish just step out, because they knew that it was just that door they're going to be stepping out of, and that is where they could have gone all ham. But that clearly did not work out, with Yash having himself taken out of the play zone. I really thought that had he applied a little bit of pressure, had he been that punching bag, and Your Mistake Bro could have secured the job, could have been, ladies and gentlemen, a chicken dinner for their team. But it's all right. Fearless Gunners have again got themselves back into the mix. And like you said, I think the top 3 positions are solidified. It's the 4th position that a lot of teams are vying for.
Exactly, and that is the case with every single tournament, especially when the top 3 are always building up on the numbers that they've got, the finish points and the placement points. It's huge. You see every single standings that we get to see in front of us. The top 3, they kind of solidify. They've got that 20 bomb up and running, but it's the next few teams who are still in contention. You've got probably a buffer of 1 or 2 points, and that is exactly where competition lies. That is exactly where 1 or 2 finishes can kind of change the game. But ladies and gentlemen, we come back to where we started. We're going back to Erangel once again as the lush green fields. They are being prepared. They are being kind of shed into nice designed bushes for battle as all of these teams prepare. And also someone else is preparing. I guess our Love Guru is preparing his divine advices.
Yeah, he certainly is, and it's time for you to head out and get back to swiping or whatever you love to do. As finally joining with me is going to be Spiro, the sweetest guy over here, enough of some saltiness. And welcome back, man, to the desk. And what a map, what a circle. Were you really expecting it to go all the way down towards the western side?
Well, thank you so much, Fixers, for the lovely introduction. I have to say, what a tournament we are having. What a day we are having so far. I mean, look at the last map. It was beautiful. It was amazing. But we are reaching the end game right now, Fixers.
Yeah, it's the end game.
It's time. Last one map, last opportunity for all these teams to show us their class.
Now, this is where, I've got to ask you this. Now, we know a lot of teams that have played throughout the day. They know that, no matter what they do, no matter how many finishes they get to their name, no matter if they get the chicken dinner, they're not going to make the cut. So, are you thinking they're going to do some hanky-panky, some shenanigans? What are you wondering?
Well, if you're sure that you're not going to qualify, then you have to do something, right? There are a lot of people, thousands and thousands of people are watching. This is the official tournament. You're watching BMOC. And if you're here, and even if you're not going to qualify, you have to put up a show. And that is what I'm all about. Put up a show, because that's what matters.
Reels? For your Instagram
For your pride.
All right, for pride. We're just being sellouts these days. So we were thinking, just for Instagram reels, little numbers.
Not everybody thinks like Salty.
And me. And you?
And me.
But it's all right. It's all right. It's a part of the game, right? We're all growing together, and that's such a healthy thing. But yeah, heading back to the final game of Erangel, and we've seen some absurd circles, right? Especially the one we saw in Miramar right now. Now, what, according to your definition of an absurd circle in an Erangel, would be?
Well, I would love to see a water circle. That would be crazy. I would tell you one story. I mean, I was casting a game of BGMI.
Right.
The circle went to military base, and you remember on the military base island, there is a little tiny rock on the left-hand side of shore of the military base island.
Right.
And the circle went there. Exactly on that tiny rock. And if that's going to happen today, I'm going to be happy.
Oh, I was just wondering if you're going to go shirtless.
Not
But that's for another day. Maybe when we've got 5 chicken dinners coming to our team, we're going to ensure we've got Salty going shirtless, because he's the one with the finest body. I'm not going to flaunt my sexy curves. But yeah, again, coming back into the mix now, a lot of teams, Spiro, they did come in, they did try, they did whatever they could. Now, this is where I get the discussion, to down to you, dog. Now, a huge name. Now, Old Hood Esports, it was the former name, came in, showed a lot of promises, but suddenly seem to have gassed out, have they?
Well, they have. And I mean, again, it's about their pride. I don't think they can qualify. But you know what? What I remember always, like, there was one game that changed my perception of everything, my perception of reality, my perception of BGMI, and that was when in the round 3 BGIS, TSM, they managed to get 31 finishes in a single game. That changed reality for me.
So there is still some Spiro for them.
Well, there is some Spiro for them, and if they can do that, it would be amazing.
Oh, it certainly would be. Now, for that, they've got to pull out a magic rabbit out of the hat, right? And they've got to do whatever it takes to sort of qualify, and maybe a 20 finish bomb, or just go completely bonkers, just play the game of your life. That is possible, but the star player hasn't really been up to the mark.
Well, that's a question that you've been asking me from a long time now. Sultan. Without Sultan, what they can do? Certainly they are struggling, but I would say they're here for a reason. These
Right.
players have proven themselves in BGIS. They played really well, as you
Right.
said, all to esports. They managed to pop up a lot of heads, right? They managed to turn off a lot of eyes into their, advantage. But I still feel it's hard to qualify. But again, it's not impossible. Again, I mean, if TSM can do it, so do you. But again, can you be like TSM?
We're gonna be dreamers, right? We're gonna be dreamers. We're gonna be hoping, because that is how diamonds are forged, right? That
Yeah.
is how the journey has been, going so far into the BGIS, and it's been a roller coaster of a journey, right? Kind of shifting orgs coming in to play for U Dogs, and completely, started out through the in-game qualifiers and then head on, and it's been quite a journey for them, and this is where I'm starting to ponder what lies ahead if this game does not go as they had planned. But before that, ladies and gentlemen, a little bit of a squad spotlight for a certain team. Who is that going to be? Is Team INR Official, one of our favorite teams for the evening. It has been their overall performances, 23 finishes to their names, 5,000 plus points of damage. I think has certainly been one of those teams to look out for in the next rounds that are coming for us.
Absolutely, I mean, they have played really well. If you get 23 finishes in 4 games, you have done your job, right? Fixes.
Yeah.
But it's not only about finishes, it's about the average survival time, because of that, you're going to get a lot of position points. And I think the balance is there for Team INR Official.
Oh yeah, of course. As a little bit of more outlook towards the team, a little bit of more information about the others as we go on to a squad face-offs, and this time it's going to be in overall ones, right?
Yep.
Walkouts and Heroes Officials, the two teams that have certainly been dominating round number 2, this particular group today, ladies and gentlemen, because look at them, so closely contested, right? One of them getting 2 chicken dinners to their name, and I believe, Spiro, you have a thought?
I mean, we have Walkouts, we have Heroes Official, we have Team INR.
Yeah.
Now, who is going to be the 4th team who's going to qualify? I mean, we don't know. But you know what? We are going to find it out, because we are going to witness one last game of Erangel. Let's have a look at the awesome beauty shots of Erangel. Then we'll look at the plain path.
Oh, certainly will. And in fact, I think it's the right time to even ask our viewers, right? Who do you think, guys, are going to be making it to the top 4? Now, we've made our calculations. I've channeled some ocean into my head, done those maths. And from what I have a feeling, we have the top 3 solidified, right? That's not going to change. But for that 4th spot, let us know in the chat. Who do you think is going to be the 4th team to make the cut? Because this is what I was talking about, right? This is the intensity. I'm pretty sure when the results are going to be out, you're going to start feeling bad about the team that ended up at the 5th position, right? So far has been the journey, and suddenly it comes to an end over here. They've got to wait it out for the next BGIS, for the next official tournaments to prove their mettle. But this is one of the flights that I was talking about, Salty crashing it out.
Well, Salty is
Trust
not
issues,
a really good pilot, to be honest. But don't worry, even I don't know how to fly. But we have autopilot, don't worry about that.
Technology.
Technology rocks, fixes, shocks. But at this point of time, I think Fearless Gunners could be a team who could have that 4th spot.
All right. Spiro said it for Fearless Gunners, and I'm gonna be rooting for anyone who gets a chicken dinner this one, and that's the best part about being on the host desk. I can just throw everyone under the bus and get away with it. As ladies and gentlemen, we are for one last time for the evening heading up all the way from Sosnovka military base towards Siverny. And is it right to say, Spiro, that the map has been dissected into 2 halves?
Well, you're absolutely right. I mean, this plane path is pretty perfect. Players won't complain one bit. They can go to their places quite easily. But if you want to glide and glide well, Kevin Esports Destro, he was gliding way too much in the grind. And if you are his fan, you can glide towards Primosk, you can glide towards Zarki, you can glide towards Kamishki. Only if you want.
Only if you want. One more reminder, one little nitbit, ladies and gentlemen, you've got to understand that if you're gliding, you're wasting a lot of time up in the skies. And, a lot of players are very proficient with their aim these days, can take you up from down below. And then you've also got to loot, get your loot, get your groceries up, like Salty loves to say, and then get inside the circle. So I'm not a huge fan of that, but yeah, to whatever or whoever it might suit. Destro is an amazing player, of course, he's performed. But, you know, someone else tried something similar to this. If you remember, Sangwan, the first game that the Brawlers did come in, and he was taken down way above as in round 1, ladies and gentlemen. If you remember that game, let me know you did, because I'm going to be watching out. But we have a little bit of a skirmish. Now, this is what I was talking about, Speedo. Now, this is where mid-zone are going to be going up against pathetic noobs, and we have fights happening left, right, and center already.
Well, there are a lot of teams who are struggling to qualify. Team Gunda losing a player straight away. I mean, early stages. We are yet to see the 2-minute mark. We yet to touch the 2-minute mark, I would say. But Team Elevate, they're looking to elevate to a decent position. But right now, they lost a player. They can't finish, and it's 3 versus 3.
Oh, it is indeed, as Eltoni, he's going to be cooking up this grenade. Oh, it is going to be self-damaging though, but somehow makes himself, or rather keeps himself away from trouble, as finally gets an AKM to work around with. I would have really loved his chances with the shotgun, but for now, a little bit of cover fire coming in with the players of Team Gunda. Now, Pika understanding has that Uzi. He's just going to step out of his cover at the right point, gets that knock, but the trades are also real. As Sid, he's going to be trying to burst it out with his M16, as the push is going to be inevitable coming in any single moment.
Whoa.
But somehow, they've just been wiped out. As Team Elevate, this is the end to the journey in the BMOC, Spiro.
It was amazing. I mean, they knew the position of Adi, but they still managed to, go up without giving a single care about him. But in the end, it was not a right decision for them. But look at Pochinki. You were talking about teams who are not able to qualify, and they want to fight. They want to prove their pride. They want to prove themselves. And we are witnessing a lot of drop clashes today.
Oh, we certainly are. And, we have the luxury of the map, ladies and gentlemen. It's so much of a turbulence out there up north in Siverny. I'm pretty sure a lot of players just dozed off while the flight was while we were taking flight, that they forgot that they had to drop to their respective drop locations as Demon Kila Dark. Now this is again one other of the teams that has entered the fray. It's going to be interesting when pathetic noobs are going to be making their moves, as one of them has taken that little high ground. Trippy Whitey, I believe he knows where Strange is, has spotted him out, but not the right weapon to play, but still managed to secure that knock. Will now start to just push in as he spots out Nitin, goes for a prone as he cuts on spraying, as he does manage to get the knock with Sensational coming in from the backline, as Demon Killer Dark are on the verge of getting wiped out of the server.
Well, they are on the verge of getting extinct, but meanwhile, IGL is the last man standing. Of course, the captain, he has to do something amazing right now. He would do. Eventually, he jumps in, gets the better of the player who was reviving, and the pathetic noobs just got eliminated from this competition.
We never thought that this would happen, would it? But IGL does not have any vest to play around with. Will take a jump from that window and land right into his graves, as Mid-Zone Esports are going to be scavenging whatever is left out of them, get 3 finishes to their name, as they mark themselves as the conquerors of Pachiki. Is it right to say that?
Well, that is going to be amazing. I mean, if that was a 3-way battle and mid-zone, they're yet to lose a player. They managed to get some decent points. They don't really have this about that top class. Meanwhile, if you talk about Team HB, Thunder, he spotted some players from Team INR. He managed to spray there, but he was not able to land a lot of damage. Meanwhile, if you look at the Shooter, he's just waiting for his chance to come in. One single mistake and Shooter will latch onto that. But you know what? He's alone. And he must be nervous.
Certainly must be. As Team INR, we've got to see what can he do. How deep can he dig? He's got cover though. He's got his teammates. Now this is a replay again now for what the boys from PN were trying to pull off as pathetic noobs. They had such an amazing control, and the next moment they lose it all, right? And this is where Demon Killer Dark, out of nowhere, IGL just comes out, and this is where you've got to start questioning Sensational. Was that the right spot to go for a res?
No, that was not. I mean, he got the answer itself. I mean, they were in an open situation, and they just got taken out. Not only from this game, I think from the tournament as well. Pathetic noobs. I love the name, to be honest, but they were not able to make sure that they can say that to other teams.
You know, it's such a cover-up, right? Why did you not qualify for the next round? Because we were pathetic noobs. We were just learning. Now that's a good excuse that you can get away with it. Now, if you had kept your names as if, some pros or something, and then you sort of do not deliver, and that's where the questions are going to be raised.
I mean, you could have said that we were pathetic noobs, even then.
Yeah, but then again, why did you have such a name? And you could have kept pathetic moves from the very...
I mean, people think positively, fixers, right? If they win everything and then they can say, we were such gods, we were such great. I mean, look at our name. We put up that name and we just kept that.
You know, it's one good thing, at least, you know, we're being so critical, but at the same time, you know, ladies and gentlemen, we're really proud of how far these teams have really made it, you know, amongst, you know, 10 to 20,000 teams registering, making it to the top 256. That's an achievement in itself, and that's something to brag about, and yeah, could get you a few organizations who are in lookout for some new teams. Might as well try your luck out. But taking a look at the circle, what do you feel? Is it a Gatka circle? Is it going towards Ruins, or maybe a little shift towards Pochinki? What is your take on this?
Well, I would look for some signals, but at this point of time, I feel that a central shift could be on the card. Meanwhile, if you talk about sponsors, I think Mr. Sprays and his team, Walkouts, could use some sponsors. The way they are playing, they are looking unstoppable today.
Oh, yes. Absolutely. I think we are going to be looking out for them at least till round 4. And that is where, you know, a lot of organizations are going to be coming into and sliding into their DMs, into their emails, get the recognition that they're long overdue. It's been a tough run for these lads, you know, being a part of such a huge roster. I think it was Reckoning.
Yep.
And then suddenly losing out, then having a team formed randomly, just 2 players, Get UI and Get Beard Baba, and they've been delivering, right? And even Beard Baba in one of those matches had made it into the top 5, so a really interesting prospect coming in. And the Southern Circuit always tends to impress you with the talent that it possesses, but this player, man, he's been something special, right?
Now, you were talking about names and proving them. Your mistakes, bro, is a guy who has who has been clutching a lot today, and I still feel that we are yet to see the best out of him. There are a lot of matches remaining. If they are going to qualify, I'm going to really enjoy his gameplay. But meanwhile, his teammates, they have to step up as well, fixers. It's not a one-man show, right?
Yeah.
I mean, all the games, they managed to get a lot of finishes, but all of those finishes, I think 80% of those finishes goes to your mistakes, bro, and I think others, they need to step up now.
I think, you know, in this previous game of Miramar, that is where Sad Shanky really picked the pace up and proved how fatal Grodza could be, as we were wondering if we could witness a fight. Venom Extreme, another team that has been quite absent today, just trying to pull their strings against one of the strongest teams in the lobby, against Hero Officials, who have been so phenomenal as Death. Ooh, that is something for the reels, as now he's just going to get hammered down instead. Just turns around, gets a trade secured, as Venom Extremes do still have a fighting chance inside this particular fight, as we have Creed just coming out of cover, getting the finish at least, as the other players have also joined the fray, but they need to get a revive. Oh my goodness, it's Puwali already taken out, but Creed has managed to get the better out of Sid over here, as he still has all that information. It's going to be Cyrus still hiding in that little compound, and with that grenade sort of giving his position away, I'm starting to get a little worried about them.
Well, I'm worried about Venom Extreme, but they managed to do a really good job taking out Puwali. Meanwhile, Creed is looking to push in. I think his position is revealed, Cyrus.
Yeah.
The nade is going to come, and the nade is going to knock him down for sure. And yes, it would do just that. Venom Extreme, the last man standing, Senior. Would Senior be able to get the clutch down? Now that's a question.
No, he's got it. All the eyes on him, as Creed just keeps on charging. Knows exactly where he is. He's going to take that right. Someone's going to chime in from the left, as Senior now shifting towards the left. He's still putting up that fight. Not the best HP though, as Creed comes out of cover. Gets that spray done, as Venom Extreme, they are going to be eliminated. But this is the perfect time where you kind of figure out where the players of Hero Officials are, and this is what I was talking about, Spiro. Team Hope coming out of nowhere. Ankit, Kobe must be proud, manages to get those 2 players, as Creed, he's going to be making a run for his life.
Well, after doing a 4K, Creed has to do it again, it seems like that. But Team Hope, Zinx is trying to chase him down. Creed, I think he would be able to go away, but finally the pan of hope is here. Ankit, 77, gets the pan down, and God is just, I think Gods bleed today.
Oh yeah, Gods definitely do bleed, showing the mortality in them, as U-Dog Officials. Now another one of those teams in a whole world of trouble, with Klaus already out of picture. Wow, that was an amazing knock coming in from Thunder, as now the push is going to be inevitable for the boys of U-Dog as Daniel. He's also going to get picked off. Now the numbers have started to dwindle as Sultan is going to be making a run for his life, but a shot at his buggy, flattening it out of his tires, would be an eventual answer, but he escapes.
Well, Thunder just went down under, it seems like that, the way he took out that opponent. But again, it is a little bit of northern shift coming into the play. I mean, Fixes, what do you think about that middle island we can see? I mean, the zone could go there, and it would be fun.
You know, this was happening. This happened to me, actually, you know. I made a few some bold statements. Now, if the circle sort of gets there, then I'm going to shave off my head. And I'm not going to be lying. The circle really went there. And I was like, not a lot of people are watching, so nobody heard that. But yeah, eventually there is a slight possibility, but I really feel this is going to head in somewhere around the ruins unless and until we see a radical circle shift. It's been a while since we last did cast a ruin circle though. But for B4M, now this is one of those oldies, right? They're the old dogs coming into the tournament and they've made it so far. But I think the journey kind of comes to a halt, or rather an end over here.
The thing is that it's just a bad day, right? It's not a bad career. I would say just a bad day. Get yourself up, learn from your mistakes. And, you know, all these tournaments, they always teach you something on other thing. But at this point of time, Fearless Gunners, Mad Boy, he managed to get his hands on MG3. It's a very good weapon where you can control the RPM. And I still feel that we are yet to see the best of MG3 as well. But look at the circle, Fixes. The middle island is there.
It's up for the cards, but you know, still, you never know. We can be privy to that little surgeon shift, and I think Team Walkouts are going to be taking their gamble. They're going to hold on to that forbidden church over there. But for now, Mid-Zone Esports charging in at the players of Kalkaji. Again, one of those teams that are being lost, but this time Nitish has stepped it up, manages to get that knock onto its extreme. But the big question is, how are they going to follow it up?
Well, that's a really good question, but meanwhile, they are looking to confirm Extreme, and they would do just that. I think Narayan is just holding on. He has a really good vision out there, but Walkouts, they are looking to take it out on Team Hope. Richie just got knocked down. Beard Baba with a nade pulled on. Let's see if we can get the connection down. That's a really good nade, but I mean, these random nades are really important. Sometimes they do connect, and sometimes they do give you a lot of value.
Yeah, it all comes down to how much hours you've put into the training grounds, right? You need to get the measurements right, but for now, Walkouts just banking upon these little compounds that they have to play. We can see Abrar. Oh, that big green cannon in the fray coming in as he's just getting ready for one more shot, one more skull to crack as Yuva stepping out of cover, just spraying down, aimlessly, wildly around that smoke. But this is where I think Walkouts are starting to have doubts, right? They're starting to believe that maybe the circle is going to shift elsewhere. As Team Gunda, they find themselves in a really precarious position now.
Yes, sir. Adi is there and he is stuck there. I mean, he's caged. It's like it's his prison. Pika is far away and he is not being able to provide any sort of cover to Gunda Adi. Meanwhile, I still feel Kalkaji Esports, they would get some really easy finishes if they are not that, flamboyant.
This is the point where they need to be like, chuck it. We're just going to go pushing in, go head on, care about nothing in the world. But this is where we're talking about the wrath of the MG3 as Mad Boy just obliterates the opposition as Team Hope are certainly hopeless right now. They needed a lot of speedo and apparently you did not give enough out of yourself. And now Adi, the lonesome player, he's hiding, but I'm pretty sure his position has been given out. And the only reason why they're not going for an all-out push, I believe, is because of mid-zone.
Well, absolutely. I think they're looking out for the third party, but at this point of time, I'm wondering what Pika is doing at this point of time. Pika should do something, and it should just try to provide some cover. But at this point of time, let's have a look at that beautiful sniper shot that Abrar just connected. It was just amazing. I mean, this is a perfect feeling, right?
Level 3 helmet.
It was just amazing, right?
Indeed, it was a level 3 helmet and somehow still managed to elsewhere on that smaller screen find Adi. He's going to rest in peace as Narayan has figured out, he was hiding inside the little washroom and he was trying to survive for as long as possible. But this is what I was talking about, isolate your opponents, get the better out of them. But it's a good feeling when you get a headshot knock, but it's an even better feeling when your opposition has a level 3 helmet and you still crack it open.
Well, that's the magic of Arctic Warfare Magnum. But meanwhile, Kalkaji Esports Manda is just holding on with 1 HP. He managed to get a beautiful knock there. Now he's looking to get the second one. He would eventually, but I think that was a cover coming in from some other place. Yes, the cover is coming in, but he would be able to connect some more shots. Ankit OP, the last one standing, would he be able to get the clutch down? We would find out today.
Oh, we certainly will, as Divine knows his target is right in front of him, as he is fearlessly going to charge at his direction. Knock finish, a pristine squad wipe, wiping the world out of Team HP and also ending their run in BMOC, as Narayan spotting out Varun, just swimming, and he could be a fish caught in a barrel.
Well, absolutely. There are going to be a lot of fishes in the water today because this is a very nice circle for that. Meanwhile, if you talk about, I think Fearless Gunners, they have that advantage. They want to qualify. They can do that. They just need one good game. Mad Boy trying to survive, but Leopi suddenly missing all the shots there.
But he certainly would want to just blow up that vehicle. Will he succeed at that? Spotting out Mad Boy, a lot of shots being whiffed, and B4M, and this is where I can, clearly say that the players are starting to feel the heat. And this is where, Spiro, right? You've got to give me a chance. Do you think we're going to look at that a little island in the circle? But Abrar, he certainly does not look to be stopping, as he gets yet another knock, but objectively he's not going to achieve a lot.
Look, he's not a sniper. They're just having fun, right? We all know they qualified. We all know they did, and they are just having some fun. Walkouts, I would love to see what Abrar can do next. I mean, he managed to pop up a couple of hits now, and the opponent, they lost their helmet.
Give me predictions, Pero. I was just asking about, what are the chances we're looking at the island?
Well, a lot.
A lot? A lot, he says. And
I would say 100%.
That was a vague answer for me.
100%. I'm saying
100%. He's going for it, ladies and gentlemen. So I'm going to go for that northern area. But either ways, someone's going to win. We're not going to wager on anything at all. It's just healthy banter between us. But for now, Kalkaji Esports. Now, the position that they're in, they can certainly get themselves inside the circle. But the moment they head in, everyone's going to spot them out. But I believe they've done some spotting to themselves, as they're going to pepper down a few shots at Knock Finish's direction, who apparently, after getting that final previous chicken dinner, have been looking so promising. They've been looking fearless, man.
They played well. In both the Miramars, they managed to get a really good position. In one Miramar, they managed to get a chicken dinner. In another Miramar, they managed to get the second position. So I think they're feeling confident. Meanwhile, if you have a look at Abrar, he's still going strong. I mean, these days they managed to make these cars a submarine, and they managed to wreak a lot of havoc. But Abrar, he has to get out of this vehicle if he wants to survive, because this vehicle is going to go boom in a short little while.
A little while is what Spiro has anticipated, and I'm pretty sure that must be the case. But this is the moment of truth, ladies and gentlemen. In the next couple of seconds, we're going to have that slight idea, as the circle has taken a shift up. Now, this is what I love about walkouts, right? This is the contingency plan. Had the circle shifted towards maybe the southern side, or maybe towards the island in between, they could have had Abrar just heading over there, gaining control. But them, being prepared for every single occasion. Now, this is where you're talking about a team that's very elite, way above the league of the lobby right now, as B4M still have all 4 of their players alive, but this is where the numbers are going to start trickling off.
Well, absolutely. Now people, they have to make sure that they enter the zone first, because zone is their first priority. If they want to win this one, if they want to qualify, they have to enter the zone. Meanwhile, Narayan, he spotted MZ players. He's trying to take some shots. Before him did, meanwhile, just losing his life in the water. But Abrar, if he's going to connect that water AWM shot, I would lose my mind.
Oh, I certainly would. And instantly,
Oh, he did! He just did that! I can't believe it! And he's doing it again! He just missed by a whisker fixes.
No way. No way this is supposed to happen. How on earth is this even
Oh, he did again!
Again, Spiro.
He is just ripping things apart today, Abrar. You beauty, the way he is using that sniper. I don't think I want to see him on air ever again.
One of my friends would be really proud if Experiment is watching that. But for now, is going to get the better out of the players of B4M. Now, this is what we've been talking about, Spiro. Now, things are starting to get really heated up. Everyone's sort of trying to enter inside the circle. INR has kept themselves away from contention. But Abrar, man, from the situation that he was in, from what he's been pulling off, wow.
That was just wow. I mean, it's so hard to connect AWM, but underwater doing that is something else. But meanwhile, talking about knock finish, they're looking to enter the zone. They are in the zone. 4 of the players are still there. If they get a chicken, if they get some more value out of this game, I think they could be our 4th team.
Oh, there certainly could be the team to look out for as Yash Whitey. Now, I really regard MK14 being one of those weapons that has been forged by the devil himself, right? Because one of those weapons that seemed to be very, very deadly before the inception of MG3 to be Battleground Mobile India. But for now, you've got walkouts gathering a lot of finishes to their names as they have been congregating right now with Abrar really joining the fray. This is again one of those chicken dinner games that they could be really looking out for. But they are the contenders. INR up far. Look at the spread that they have with Ice.
Well, it's a beautiful stuff. It's a beautiful game. It's a beautiful strategy for Ice. I think he's the flanker for their team. I mean, we have seen Ice playing on different locations as compared to their teammates. But at this point of time, not finished. I think look at the concentration level on the player. It is just immaculate. But the zone strings and walkouts again with a beautiful prediction and beautiful eye dealing. Mr. Spray takes his team inside the zone.
Oh, I think we can have a whole series around Abrar and his, you know,
that again?
And his achievements, accomplishments with that AWM. How dare you say that he never uses an AWM? I do not believe
He's
it.
not a sniper, come on.
I'm not believing.
Alright, I mean, Abrar the sniper just showing his class once again, but Yuba, spray, pretty much random sprays right now, but he managed to get some connections beneath that vehicle.
I think as long as they have this little bridge to play around with, I think this chicken dinner is something that they can really dream of. But now INR, they're making this big move with the front really coming up front and Thunder getting picked off over there. Where is the cover fire, Spiro?
Well, cover fire is not there, but one thing is for sure. Abrar can use that AR pretty well.
As well.
Meanwhile, Abrar is looking to push in. I mean, when you connect so many heads, you are confident and you want to push in and you want to destroy your opponents. And he is looking to do just that. But meanwhile, he spotted his enemy. This is not looking good for INR. One by one, they are getting picked off by Abrar.
Oh, he certainly is, and he certainly would be dreaming of taking down Ice. Spots him out as well, shifts onto it. That 6 time blows them. Absolutely. It's an abomination as Team INR. They've been wiped out at the 4th position with just 2 finishes. This is, I think they've done their job, right? They're pretty much ensured that they're heading into round number 3 as Mr. Spray gets picked off and it's not finished back-to-back having really good games.
It's a tough battle. You know why? Because Fearless Gunners, one last player is still surviving. A knock finish versus Fearless Gunners. It is going to happen. He has a need as well. Yuva has no idea that he is there. He has to survive. I think right now, at this point of time, the zone is not on him. He has to move ahead. He has to do some clutch. Let's see if he can do that.
Oh, he certainly can pull it off. It all comes down to the trigger discipline that he's going to display. Has that little ghillie suit to work around with as Yuva has his entire attention focused at the players of knock and finish. Now, this is where I'm starting to get a little worried about, you know, Heroes official having a really bad game. Yash Whitey still one with the nature, not really opening it up at the right time. He is going to strike as Yuva completely oblivious about his presence any single moment, but he is not going to step out. He's still got to make a move 13 meters inside the circle.
He has to get in the zone, and right now this is that mission that he has to complete. Meanwhile, if you talk about knock finish, I think if they get to chicken fixes, I still feel that they are going to qualify. But, you know, Fearless Gunners, they're closing it really, really well.
Oh, they certainly are. The final top 3 teams, ladies and gentlemen, right in front of us. Abrar on the lookout for yet another skull to crack. Almost in, and yes, he connects. Oh my lord, how did he find that little opening? The tiny little crevice visible to him, and yet he succeeds, yet he delivers. This man is on a rampage.
This man is a monster today. 5 finishes to his name. I mean, a lot of damage as well. So what a player is turning out to be. But right now, the zone is still on walkouts. But I think I can still say Fearless Gunners Yash, he could get the 2nd spot.
Oh, he certainly can. He certainly can. Has to show the best trigger discipline of his life, though, because knock and finish, they have to make their way inside the circle. Now, the ideal way has to be, you know, sending 2 players ahead and then having someone on the back lines, the sacrificial lamb, as I love to call out. But look at the spread coming out, and yet, amidst it all, Yuva has no idea of what's happening right behind him.
Well, absolutely. But yes, I think the knock finish, they want to enter the zone, but this is not going to be easy. Divine just got taken out, and another one. What a beautiful drop shot that was. Ripper the Great, but he would be taken out as well. And Yuva finally managed to get the 2nd spot for his team. But could he be able to get the 1st one? Now that's a question. And Fixes, what if knock finish and Fearless Gunners, they have few points of difference between them?
Oh, it's going to get so close. Yuva Still on his knees, Abrar finally has an idea of that grenade coming out, has spotted the projectile. Now he's going to impart all that information. Guys, I know someone's in the hiding. Or maybe he hasn't spotted him out.
Not yet. Well, they're yet to spot each other, Fixers. This is going to be a close battle. I want to see a 1v4 right now. Yash is just holding on. Abrar has no idea. And he is using that ghillie suit to perfection.
There you have it. There you have it. Just when we were thinking that this lad can, pull off something magical, and that is where, walkouts are like, not against us, as they've managed a 15 finish bomb, getting their chicken dinner. What a way to be dominating the lobby, Spiro.
Look, one thing is for sure, that walkouts, they're the best team today.
Oh,
no holds barred.
No caps.
No caps. But who qualified? Is it going to be knock finish or fearless gunners? Now that's a question that I am wondering about. But before that, let's have a look at the points table and see how much value they got from this Erangel.
A lot, 30 points, a lot. They're gonna just, really propel themselves up to the top spot if they weren't already. But knock finish, man. I mean, a lot of resurgence being shown towards those final few games. But now it's gonna get so much dicey considering Heroes official. They had those 2 games, but this was a really bad one for them. They could not accumulate enough points. Now with knock finish, having back-to-back 2 amazing games, are they the 4th team to make it?
Well, now that's a question. That's a really, really good question. But you know what? We would get the results not today, not tomorrow, not day after. We would get it after 4 days.
Yeah, the production loves to play around with all your minds, still keeping you in anticipation. And yeah, like all good things have to wait. We certainly do have to. But it was such an interesting game. The entire highlight of this game, I'm pretty sure we're going to have 10 clips of Abrar just going all berserk after the lobby, ending up with 5 finishes. I'm starting to wonder how many knocks has he accrued for himself.
Now, if he's not the MVP, I'm gonna lose my mind once again because
we're gonna go out for protest.
Yeah, let's do hunger strike.
No, not that. Anything apart from that. I'm not going to compromise with my food. But we'll talk about them a little bit later. As now, ladies and gentlemen, it's the moment has arrived. The MVP, is it going to be Abrar or is Spiro going to keep me into starving? We've got to see that in just a little while. Yes, he is. Yes, he is. I am saved. My tummy is still going to have some chickens to feed.
You got saved, but Abrar, I mean, we could have imagined how many headshots he connected. And with the AWM, the thing is, you're not going to confirm all of those finishes. And that is why 5 finishes and a damage of 1343. But let's look at other players who will join Abrar in top 5. Ripper the Great once again, this player solos for this team.
Oh yeah, and Ripper the Great, and from that little Miramar game, did have that little momentum building up, had that little glimmer of hope, and I think they're the ones who got Spiroed, and here they are. I mean, I'm gonna be elated if they make it to the top 4, but now, ladies and gentlemen, let's take a quick look at the match summary, as not a lot of healings have been done for sure, a few knocks, and I was starting to wonder if Abrar had the longest knock, but it is Ripper the Great with 298 meters.
Well, he is great and he has a Ripper in his name, so why not? With the longest finish distance of 298 meters. I am sort of disappointed with the healings and the needs that were used in this game, but that's okay. This was a really, really tough angle to deal with.
Oh, it certainly was. But, I like the fact that 3 airdrops were looted this time. We had a ghillie suit, we had an AWM, we had a few MKs, MG3s to play around with, as there you could see. And this is Manhattan, ladies and gentlemen, all the way up for walkouts as... this is impressive, dude. This is impressive. Round 1 domination, heading into round 2 domination. Where is the point? Where is that tipping point for this team?
Well, that's what experience does to you, right? Out of 16, only 4 are going to qualify, and out of those 4 as well, Walkouts is the best team. So that shows a lot of courage, that shows experience, and that shows how good Abrar and company was today.
But one good thing, at least about Heroes officials, they sort of walked out really early on, but still managed to accrue 4 finishes to their name. And the team of the hour, ladies and gentlemen, that is going to be making the headlines tomorrow in the Battlegrounds is, of course, going to be Walkouts. And how can we take the spotlight away from them, Spiro?
Well, the spotlight right now is on us, but let's give them some spotlight.
Yes.
Let's have... Okay, all the spotlight. Fixers, come on. Let's give them all the spotlight because Walkouts with 46 finishes in a single day. Almost 10 finishes per game. They missed out 4, to be honest.
It's fine, but 10 finishes average almost. This is absolute ludicrous for what they've pulled out, and really little shy from that 10k damage bomb to be hit. But these headshots, I'm pretty sure most of them have to be doing with Abrar in the final game.
Now the bigger question is there. Knock finishes versus Fearless. Who's going to be the fourth team or the third team? We don't know, but right now the stats are in front of you. I think Heroes Official, they still managed to qualify because they have more finishes and their average survival time is better than these two teams. But at the same time, Knock finishes with those AST, with that AST, I think they're looking good.
Now this is where I'm gonna start feeling bad about the one team that gets left out, because I really feel both these teams really deserve. Had Knock Finish had a really good start early on, had they had that good first game of Erangel, had they accrued, let's say, around 3-4 points at least, I could have banked my money on Knock Finish qualifying. But with Fearless Gunners, with what they've really proven today, and I'm gonna be very sad if I'm not gonna see your mistake, bro, in round number 3 also.
Well, I'm going to be sad as well, but by looking at these stats, I don't think he's going to qualify.
A potential candidate for G though.
Oh, you want that to happen?
I mean, can happen. If you want it, you're the ones with the connections, buddy.
I have the numbers, but that's okay, Fixers. We will see. We'll see about that. A lot of sponsors are looking forward to get these amazing players. But right now, Knock Finish, I think they played really well. They were consistent. And I think the fourth spot can go towards Knock Finish.
Alright, you're gonna step on the gun and say it's gonna be Knock Finish. I'm gonna be still, keeping it up to speculations because how close these lobbies were. This is just the first day, and again, top 4 teams just head on, and then the 5th one getting left out shows what we're in store for, even for the next 3 days to come.
Well, absolutely. Day number 2 is going to be crazy. I wonder which teams are we going to witness. Today, it was Walkouts with their magic, and they managed to just take everyone out one by one. But right now, let's put some shine to a different team. Let's have a look at Heroes Officials and their squad. Spotlight, they managed to get 34 finishes. Certainly a very good performance for me.
Yeah, I mean, 2 chicken dinners, they're already winners for me. If not, Walkout had overshadowed how good Heroes Officials was. They did not have the best of the starts, but towards that second and third game, they really picked up pace, and those Miramar and Sanhok chickens really working in for them. But a little bit of when we talk about Knock Finish and Fearless Gunners, now this is where I had this little eyes on that average survival time. Now it was a substantial amount of difference, and could that just be that position points where they sort of get filtered out? That's gonna absolutely crush my heart.
Well, I mean, to be honest, just look at the facts. Knock Finish, they had the better finishes. They had the better AST. I don't see them losing to Fearless Gunners.
I mean, yeah, you're right. I have to agree with you on this. But then again, it was, for even Sad Shanks in the Miramar game, he was the MVP. Why your mistake, bro? He also stepped up. So really interesting talents this time. But I'm still going to have my fingers crossed for who the top 4 are going to be. But overall, what an amazing day. Like, I really loved the matches, having you on the desk, having those analytical discussions really coming in. So how did you feel things went?
Well, it's amazing. I mean, personally, if you ask me, from Hindi desk to English desk, it was a lovely journey, and I'm so happy that I have a caster like you.
Tell me you like it.
Well, it's a promotion for me, so.
Maisie, if you're watching out, he is better suited here.
Maisie, I'll talk to you later. But yes, Fixers, it was lovely hosting this show, casting with you. It was just amazing. But it's not about me, it's about the teams. And boy, oh boy, they played well, especially Walkouts. Abrar, in every single game, some other player from Walkout stepped up. In the first game, it was Mr. Spray. Then it was Beard Baba in the last game. This game, it was Abrar. So every single game, some other guy is stepping up. Yuva was the top 5 list in the second game. He managed to get 4 finishes. So every single game, some other player, he managed to step up and showed that why he is in that lineup.
And this is where, I kind of get Salty into the mix as well. We had this discussion even last time when we saw Walkouts playing, right? They're like a well-oiled unit, right? Everybody knows how to do their job. And at the same time, they're so adaptable, man. Because in the round 1, I've been constantly harping about this. Yuva used to be on the backlines. This time he's taken the front. We're seeing Beard Baba a little bit around the mids, try to go for those flanks and try to get things done. Everyone's sort of contributing, and that little sheer confidence that they're exuding out of themselves, I do not know if there's any stopping them. I think this is one of the potential teams that can head into the BMPS.
You know what? I could literally see the confidence on their faces, but the problem would be if they reach round number 4. are they going to panic? Because right now, whenever they are trying to get the finish, they would get the finish. They would get the knock. For example, Abrar is getting a knock from that AWM. It's such a, wonderful feeling. You get excited. You show some emotions. You give out a call at least. But those POVs, I didn't see even a single call. I didn't even see a single reaction. There was a poker face there. I mean, it was like it's too easy for them. But can they maintain that in round 4 with that pressure of those extra teams?
This is where the conversation comes in. Is he going to be ballsy enough to go for an AWM in round number 4? Now, you said he's not a sniper. He's proven his mettle. Let us know. I mean, I'm kind of excited about, looking towards Abrar in round number 3. Now, again, that is one of the other hills that he needs to climb, because round 4 is still one step beyond that, because we know there are a lot of teams that were deserving, certainly had a really bad day. But, that being said, ladies and gentlemen, it was such an amazing start to day number 1. I'm starting to wonder what day number 2 has in store for us, because so many amazing teams have come in. We've seen that little bit of a filtration being done, getting the top 256, out of which only 64 and a Gabi making it to the top 3. So Spiro, what about you?
Well, I'm super excited about day number 2. I don't know what teams are we going to witness in day 2, but believe me when I say that those teams are going to be just fantastic. But today, I think it was a wonderful day. What about you, Fixers?
It's time to call it a night. It's time to hog on to my food. With that being said, ladies and gentlemen, thank you so much for tuning in. Till then, you guys take care and have a good night.
है.